The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hello! Welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brad Evans is off for the week. Today we've got Kate Constable with us, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talking text line to join the show. We've got a lot going on today. We're about to talk World Cup final to start. We've got a phenomenal slate of baseball tonight to help kick the Monday blues right in the ass. We've got a lot of football on tap as well. But maybe most importantly, unfortunately, we are on LeBron watch because there's been some reports, Pat Beverly, some folks trying to leak out some stuff, nothing from LeBron himself, but according to some folks, there may or may not be a LeBron decision tonight at or around 8 p.m. Eastern. So we could have breaking news on where LeBron is headed, and if that does happen tonight, we will have you covered. Instant reaction, instant thoughts on whatever team he chooses, how that impacts the rest of the NBA, whether it's in the Eastern Conference or the Western Conference. And we've got a bunch of our friends, hopefully, on standby, trusted voices, trusted opinions, experts that have covered the game, big-time fans, and big-time basketball voices that we will try to get immediately on the show if LeBron chooses their city or their team. So we are on LeBron watch. I know it's been annoying. I know it's been frustrating. I know it's been exhausting. But, and you got a couple of people, including Pat Beverly, saying it might happen or it's going to happen tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Our eyebrows are raised. We're ready to go in case we do get a LeBron decision. So that being said, before we get into the World Cup final, Kate, how you doing? How was your weekend? How you feeling on this Monday?
Pat, you know what? I'm glad to be with you because it's been just like a foggy Monday in my brain, in my head. It's been just like a slow, hard to get the week started. So this is officially kicking things off. We'll get the brain stimulated a little bit with some LeBron talk, some World Cup talk, all that stuff. So I'm glad to be here with you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's go. And Kate, I don't know about you. I don't know what side you were rooting for, but I felt like I was in the minority yesterday. I watched the World Cup final. My one friend who we grew up in the same town as, he now lives right outside of Philly. I'm in Philly. We had nothing to do. My girlfriend was coming back from a business trip she was on all week. So I was like, I got nothing to do. We went and watched the World Cup final. Right when the knockout stage started, I picked Spain to win it in my bracket. I thought they were going to win it. I thought they were the best team, and I thought nobody was really talking about them because it was all about France and Mbappe and Argentina and Messi and the reigning champions. And it felt like Spain was an afterthought. So, and even then, yesterday, I'm watching it at a sports bar in Philadelphia, a place called Garage, where they've got like Alec Boehm and Bryce Harper and Schwarber like plastered on the outside. Yeah, because those guys have won a whole lot of games in October for this franchise recently. But nonetheless, big Phillies bar. They're getting creamed by the Mets yesterday, so that was nice to see. And I felt like I was in the minority once the World Cup finals started. I felt like everybody was just rooting for, Messi. Oh, it's Messi's last game. We got to root for Messi. Enough. I've had enough of the voodoo magic that Argentina summoned time and time again in this tournament. And Messi already won his World Cup. All right? So what? You know how many people actually go out and finish their career with a title? The only person I can think of off the top of my head is Ray Lewis. And I feel like most of the other greats of the sports we've watched never win it on their final chance. And I didn't care. He already won a World Cup. It was a third straight World Cup final. I don't give a damn. I never wanted Argentina. They're annoying. They keep winning games they got no business winning. But I felt like I was in the minority of rooting for Spain to win, betting on Spain with the under in the regular time and Spain to lift the trophy. So that ended up coming through. But, I mean, Kate, it was at one point before Spain scored their first goal in extra time, they were out shooting Argentina 18-0. Not shots on goal, shots. Argentina didn't have a single shot in the first 90 minutes, and they ended up getting their first shot until after they were already trailing 1-0 in like the 116th minute. That was their first shot of the entire game. And yet, I just felt like the entire time, here we go. Argentina down to 10 men. Guy with Enzo Fernandez, who had the game-winning goal or the game-tying goal in the last round against England, commits a stupid foul, gets his second yellow card, fully deserved. And here was Argentina. They weren't that far away from feeling like they were going to steal this thing in a penalty shootout, and Messi was going to win another World Cup final. So Spain, deservedly, they kicked the crap out of them. They dominated them, and they finally got the goal that they deserved. I thought they were the best team all tournament. It's their second World Cup title in the last 16 years. They won their first ever in 2010, and Spain is in that conversation, I feel like, with France and Brazil and Argentina and England as a team that should always now, for the next several years, be at the top of the odds list and the top of the conversation for contenders to win any major tournament that they enter, because now they've won so many of them here in the last 2 decades. They've won 4 European championships and 2 World Cups in the last 16 years. And Messi comes up short, and he goes out with, honestly, quite a whimper. As amazing and unrivaled of a career as he has had, boy, that felt like that should have been 3-0 yesterday, and Argentina nearly had a chance to steal another one.
Pat, it would have been so kind of disappointing had Argentina won that game in penalty kicks, because Spain absolutely dominated from start to finish. Like, to not even allow a single shot for the majority of the game, and then it had Argentina gone on to win that game in PKs, like, that just would have been kind of just annoying, right? Had that happen. And I mean, it didn't happen, so those are hypotheticals, but I guess we don't even have to talk about that or go there. But like, it felt like that was what was going to happen, because that's what Argentina's done throughout the entire tournament. I mean, when you really stop and like think about this Argentina team, they really didn't have a whole lot of business being in the World Cup finals anyway. Like, they survived on a couple, and I guess maybe it's not surviving if they got there, but like, they had to get there just kind of by like the grit of their teeth in late game scenarios, get lucky, take advantage of a couple mistakes, those types of things, versus being like a dominant team throughout the entire tournament. I mean, they were dominated, I would say 95% of the tournament. It's just that 5% is when they showed up in games or, took advantage of situations and were able to get there. So I'm glad that Spain won as well. It was sad seeing Messi cry after, but like, Messi's not crying because I don't think Messi was necessarily crying because he lost the game. I think he's just like, he knows his World Cup career is coming to an end. It's like the finale of something that he's worked for his entire life, his whole career, all of that stuff. So like, just more of the emotions of just like soccer, the sport, the competitiveness of it kind of coming to an end for him in terms of like the international World Cup type of stuff. I mean, he'll still play, I think, next year for Miami, but like, I don't think Messi was necessarily crying because they lost the game, right? I think it was more of just like, this is it, the finale for him after so many years of competing in the World Cup.
Yeah, and he did not make an official announcement on what his international future will be. He is on hiatus right now from Inter Miami. That's his club team in the MLS, which the MLS action restarted on July 16th. They were off as a league for the World Cup. They just resumed action a couple of nights ago, and Messi's team, Miami, they have a game on Wednesday and a game on Saturday. He's going to be out for both of them. Again, FIFA Pro or FIFA Pro, whatever they call it. It's like the kind of like the collective players union, if you will, in a certain sense. I remember they met with FIFA a year ago, and there was like a recommended 21 days for players that finished international break or finished international play before they, should resume play with their club teams. And for most of the top leagues in Europe, that's not a problem because their season doesn't then restart again until the end of August. The MLS is going on. It's a different calendar. So I don't know when it is. Messi's going to play with Miami this year. It's just a matter of if it's going to be in 3 weeks or is it going to be less than that. But for his Argentina career, we kind of all thought this was going to be it. He's 39 years old. Is he going to play again at 43 in the World Cup in 2030? I feel like that's highly unlikely. But then again, I didn't think he was going to be as good and as impactful as he is at 39. Not a player that sprints up and down the field, and he never really was. But even then, I mean, he just waits, picks his moment. I would say 90% of the match, he's kind of just walking from spot to spot, just waiting for that one moment. That's what made him so lethal. But he did not confirm whether or not he's going to retire internationally. And he said in a post on Instagram, quote, translated to English, quote, "The pain is immense and it will take time for this wound to heal. But I also cherish all the good, the matches we turned around, giving our all, which will forever remain in our memories, the support of an entire country that together with the hard work and effort of this group led us to be, once again, among the best in the world." And also went on to say, "Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for every greeting and every message. Once again, we managed to unite as a country and be together, sharing the immense pride of being Argentine." I guess there's no rush on him retiring, right? If in 2 years from now, at 41, he still feels like his body is good to go, I mean, even then, that's far enough that he doesn't have to make a decision. And he doesn't have to play in the World Cup qualifiers, which go on for about 2 years before the World Cup. Because let's be honest, Argentina is still good enough to be able to qualify for the World Cup, despite even if Messi doesn't play. So he could honestly wait this thing out until 5 months before the World Cup, January of 2030, and make a decision. So I don't think we're going to get one. I don't think we're going to get one anytime soon. I just feel like it's unlikely that he plays again at 43. So this felt like the end. And yeah, you mentioned the tears, Kate. He's definitely the greatest of all time in the sport of soccer, in my opinion. That's been solidified before this tournament even began. It's been cemented with this tournament. And, you know, I know we'll have a conversation later about the GOAT of GOATs or Mount Rushmore, or whatever you keep Messi. And we talked about it on Friday, myself and Cordell. Where would Messi rank if in the terms of the GOAT of GOATs, you know, with Michael Jordan and Tiger and any other athlete you want to throw in the mix, Brady, Muhammad Ali, anybody, where would he have ranked if he won that game, if they won that game yesterday? But they didn't. Spain was the deserved best team. Their defense is one of the best defenses in history, because you have to look at what they did during the entire tournament. They played 7 games, 8 games actually, 3 group stage, 5 in the knockout stage, gave up 1 goal. 1 goal allowed in 8 games. Utterly absurd how sound their defense was, how it never felt like they were in any pressure. And look at the teams that had crumbled against Argentina, England, and Egypt, and solid teams before them. And you never really got, other than, again, because you just felt like it was inevitable or it was fate. Other than that, you never really got the sense that Spain was in any trouble at all. And they weren't, Kate. They didn't give up a shot to the last couple of minutes of extra time. Just an unbelievable performance.
Well, that's why, like, Spain's odds to start the tournament, I mean, it was them and France essentially, but it still felt like no one was really talking about Spain quite as much as all these other teams, despite how dominant they were in every single match, whether it was the knockout match, whether it was the group stage, whether it was the various knockout match, like they just continued to dominate. But like, I don't know why it felt, and maybe this is more of just like what is fed to me on my Twitter timeline and the stuff that I'm reading and seeing versus maybe what other people are, but it didn't seem like Spain was given the proper respect throughout the tournament that they deserved with how dominant they were. I mean, only allowing 1 goal the entire tournament and essentially not giving up a shot to Argentina in regulation almost in the World Cup final. Like, they deserve a whole lot more respect than things that I saw throughout. And maybe that's because they were one of the younger teams in the tournament. I mean, I think the average age for Spain was 26 years old. Kind of just goes to show that really doesn't matter. And I think now, I mean, everyone is going to, if you weren't already understand, if you didn't already kind of understand how good Spain is and the future that franchise that country has in international play going forward, like, they're going to have this same team for a long time. So they're certainly going to be one of the powerhouses in international play, even more so than maybe they already were prior to this World Cup.
And Kate, how about this? Maybe more impressive than them winning the tournament is the fact that they not only flew home to Spain They had a parade today. They had a parade this evening, like early evening in Spain. They had an open-top bus with hundreds of thousands of supporters in Madrid. They had their parade today. I mean, hell, here in the States.
That's impressive.
It is impressive. It's more impressive, I think, than winning the World Cup or giving up 1 goal in 8 games. Can you imagine that? I mean, I'm trying to, and they went through, hundreds of thousands of people. I'm looking at all the photos here. They did whatever route they went through the center city of Madrid and, towards the Plaza de Cibeles, where fans have been gathering since morning. And think about it. The game ended last night in midnight Spain time, and there were people celebrating, people partying probably till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Probably half these people probably didn't sleep. And then they're like, yeah, the team's flying home. We're going to do the parade tomorrow. We talk about when, I remember when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, they did it 5 days later on Valentine's Day. The Knicks won the finals. They waited 3 or 4 days. We're at Spain, they had to fly across the world. They had to fly across the Atlantic Ocean and did the parade today. You want to talk about not wasting time. You want to talk about capitalizing on the richness of the moment. I say it again, and I'm only half joking. That might be more impressive than them winning the freaking World Cup, is the fact that they had the parade the next day.
And I mean, there's no jet lag. You play in a World Cup. You spend weeks in the United States. What's that? Oh, yeah, that's true. Alcohol will fix a lot of things. Yeah. I mean, the adrenaline of all that fixes the jet lag for sure, but that's kind of wild. I mean, talk about, though, capitalizing on the energy. I saw shots of Madrid after they won yesterday, and everyone was partying in the street. I'm sure that didn't end after the win. I'm sure that went all night, and I'm sure there's some people that are still going with the parade. I mean, that would be pretty, that would kind of be like a bucket list thing to do, to be in the country that wins the World Cup. If it was like a European, I mean, obviously in America, that would be unbelievable because we aren't really at that level, obviously, Pat, I think Americans would go nuts, but to be in Spain when Spain wins the World Cup and they're partying and things like that, that would be pretty cool.
Well, I was in Spain during
that's right,
group stage. The day after the Knicks won the title, I flew out. So it was June 14th. And that day they tied Cabo Verde. And I remember it was the sky was falling in Spain. And I was in a little beach town on the southern coast of Spain. I can't even imagine what it was like in Madrid, where they probably fear monger and hate monger just like we do. And when their national team ties this little Cinderella island country of Cape Verde for the first game of the World Cup, they're probably all going nuts. They're probably oh my God, we're gonna get knocked out in the group stage, and they go on to win the whole damn thing. So I had gotten there the day they tied Cabo Verde. 5 days later was when they crushed Saudi Arabia 4-0, and it was all right, we feel great about the team again. I cannot imagine if I was in Spain when they won yesterday, what it would have been like. But I was in the States when the Knicks won the NBA title. I didn't get to witness the parade, but, pretty close second best thing. So, yeah, I mean, they are probably going to drink and go nuts all freaking week long because it's summer. And so kids are out from school. They don't even take work seriously anyway. I mean, they literally, they do the siesta in the middle of the day where they just don't work for 4 hours. So they're probably what, screw it. We're not going to do anything all week. We're just going to drink and have tapas and go nuts and just make the whole week a national holiday, because we're going to go crazy. And so it's probably a great time in Spain right now.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think we should adopt the mid-afternoon siesta here in America.
I'm with you,
Pat. I could really go for that.
I am with you. As it pertains to this show, I think we would be unaffected.
Yeah, we would. We basically can have a midday siesta because we don't start work till 5 in Chicago and 6 till Philly. Yeah.
Exactly. But yes, most other jobs, and as a country, culturally, yes, if it meant that places just shut down. And when I was in Rota, the small beach town on the southern coast of Spain, their siesta was every day Monday. They had it posted on the glass on the windows of the restaurants and the bars and the shops and everything, that they were off from 2 to 5. So they took a 3 hour siesta every day. Imagine just all right, we got 3 hours to kill. And I think culturally, traditionally at least, it's not like, hey, it's like, let's go grab a couple drinks and have some lunch, and then we'll just, finish off work later this evening. It's like literally to go home and like take a nap or just rest.
Yeah.
It's like,
yep.
now,
Go home, have lunch
so
with your family, basically, all that. Yeah.
yeah. Which that, or if it's like during the summer, it's like, all right, siesta, you can get some drinks. We'll come back. Nice little buzz. We can finish those spreadsheets for you, boss. Either way, I think I'd be cool with a little siesta being part of U.S. culture. Just that does mean you work longer though, because then all those places would be open until 7 or 8 o'clock. So that's kind of annoying. Siesta or no siesta? 310-840-4910. No, in all seriousness, no. Their defense does not get enough credit for one of the most historic performances ever. The fact that they made Argentina and Messi look so normal, so mortal, like they hadn't pulled off incredible comeback after incredible comeback, like they hadn't summoned voodoo black magic every game, and Spain was just like, all right, we're going to give up a shot. We're not going to panic. It just felt like the goal was coming, and then finally it did. If that went to a penalty shootout, whole different story, but any of your thoughts on the World Cup final yesterday? 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We'll get your calls and your texts on Spain knocking off Argentina and Messi winning their second World Cup in the last 16 years when we come back. Do you think this is it for Messi? Overall thoughts on the World Cup now that it's over? I think it was the greatest World Cup ever. So any of your calls and texts at 310-840-4910. We'll talk baseball. We mentioned we've got a phenomenal Monday slate. We're going to talk about the biggest games tonight, give you a little preview, a little predictions when we come back. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
What am I missing with Justin Herbert? Because I have a theory. I'm not saying that Justin Herbert is a COVID creation, but I'm telling you that his best seasons happened during COVID. And once we came out on the other side of it, and once we came out with now fans and the games are regular and back to where they were, he's never hit those ceilings again. His first season in the league, Justin Herbert threw for 31 touchdown passes. It is important to note there were no fans in the stands during these games. In 2021, Justin Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdown passes. That was still that weird hybrid period where some teams had fans, some teams had limited fans, some teams were doing that. We didn't get back normal, in my opinion, in the NFL and really around the world. We didn't get back normal until 2022. So the 2020 stats, I think if you look at the passing numbers, way up in 2020, 2021, the exact same deal. Since then, the last 4 years with Justin Herbert, he has thrown 25 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown passes, 23 and 26. He has not won a playoff game. He has not won his division. You know what? Justin Herbert is Sam Darnold with the better agent. That's who he is. If you look at his numbers, if you put them up against the board and I show you what this quarterback has done and what this quarterback has done, I'm telling you, he is Kyler Murray who drank more milk as a kid. That's who Justin Herbert has been for the large majority of his life in the National Football League. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just not seeing what everybody else is seeing.
As far as a team that I think could be undersold right now, how about the New Orleans Saints? I feel like that division amongst all of them is probably the most up for grabs. You could make a case for Tampa. You could make a case for Carolina, but I don't know that either one of them are so strong that you feel really good about it. And the way New Orleans played at the end of last year, granted the 1-8 start or whatever it was, certainly gave us an idea of where they were starting from. But I felt like Tyler Shuck really kind of turned the corner a little bit and could be in line for a big statistical season. Jordan Tyson they draft, Chris Olave they bring back, and Kamara they kept in the fold along with Travis Etienne. And, defensively, I think they were pretty darn good down the stretch, added a few pieces, but most of the focus seemed to be on offense, just buttressing the whole thing around their second-year quarterback. So, they're a team that I think could surprise some people and kind of pull an 11-win season out of thin air, seemingly. So, again, like the Jaguars did last year, I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans ends up beefing up their win total by a significant amount and possibly stealing that division.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood on Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you can text any of your thoughts on the World Cup final yesterday. Spain outlasting Argentina despite dominating the game 1-0 in extra time. Thoughts on Messi, thoughts on it potentially being his final World Cup, thoughts on the World Cup in general, 310-840-4910. We're talking baseball now. We got a big Monday night. Again, the theme is, I know it's summer, but I know a lot of people are working. So if you're on your way back from work or you're not on vacation and you got a normal Monday, maybe you got a little Monday blues after a great weekend of sports, we got you covered. Not only with the entertainment and the action and the passion, but baseball has got you covered. And we've got you covered talking about a big night in baseball because tonight you got Twins and the Guardians starting off this is a 4-game set. The Guardians game back of Chicago in the AL Central. Minnesota 4 games back of the White Sox for first place. Dodgers and the Phillies, 2 of the best teams in the National League going at it. Pirates and the Yankees, 2 teams over 500. Pirates very much in the thick of things in that wild card race. The Yankees right behind the Rays in the AL East. Rays and Jays. Orioles and the Sox combined 20 straight wins between those teams. What a day of baseball. What a day. Rangers and the White Sox also both over 500. You got some phenomenal matchups. And then on top of it, you got some great pitching matchups. So let's dive into a couple here. Twins and the Guardians, that's the first one on the night in chronological order. 10 minutes from now, Progressive Field. Really good pitching matchup. Joe Ryan on the bump for Minnesota. Their ace, he's been phenomenal all year. 2.85 ERA, talks of whether or not he's going to get traded. I don't know how Minnesota can trade him at this point, considering they're only 4 games back of first place. Tanner Bybee going for the Guardians. Both those guys with solid ERAs. And, for Cleveland, Jose Ramirez still on the IL. And there's, injuries have played their part for both of these sides. But overall, Kate, this is a pretty solid matchup here. And for two teams jockeying to try to get into first place in that AL Central, what do you think of this one? With our friends at BetMGM, the Twins are the favorite, probably because Joe Ryan has been so damn good this year. Small over-under of 7.5. Both these teams are chasing the White Sox, so we can either focus on just this game in general and also take a look at the grand scheme. Do you think either of these teams are good enough to overthrow the White Sox, or do the North side or do the South Siders just keep on keeping pace in that AL Central? Kate, you're muted.
Sorry about that. The AL Central's wide open, right? Like, yeah, the White Sox have been great this year, and they've been a phenomenal story. And I don't see the White Sox necessarily dropping off, but the Twins are only 4 games back. The Guardians are only a game back. Like, anything can happen. There's still a ton of baseball left to be played. So I'm with you that I don't think Minnesota, unless over the next, 10 games, they lose 8 or 9 of those 10 games, then maybe they rethink things with Joe Ryan. But otherwise, Joe Ryan's not going anywhere. I think he's staying on the Twins roster, and there's no trading him before the deadline. I like the Twins tonight against the Guardians because of what Ryan gives them. I mean, maybe you look at a first 5, something like that, just knowing that because you know exactly what you're going to get from the starting pitcher for Minnesota. And the Twins have been, on the road, the Twins on the road, their games typically go over. Like their games lean over. But I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be the case today. Cleveland tends to lean under at home. I like Minnesota in this game. I like Joe Ryan to have a good game. I would play the Twins on the money line. But to answer your question in terms of the division, like I still think this is a division that is kind of up for grabs. I will say though that early on in the season, I thought, okay, well, the White Sox can't continue to play like this. They're the White Sox, right? Like, I've completely changed my tune on that. I think this is a fairly good ball club. Are they a World Series team? No, but like they could win the division for sure, and continue playing at the level that they're playing or have played at through the first half of the season.
Yeah, and then there's another big piece of news for the Twins. Byron Buxton is back tonight. Missed the last 9 games plus the All-Star break with a strained right hip. He thought he would be back when they returned from the All-Star break, but got an extra couple of days. So he got activated earlier this afternoon. The Twins went 5-4 when he was sidelined, but Buxton said, quote, "Those extra couple days didn't hurt me to make sure I got everything right before we got here and started this big series. I think we're all in a good spot as far as going forward and everybody understanding what we got going on, so it's going to be fun." Let me remind you, Kate, and for everybody that doesn't know how great of a season Buxton is having, 4th in the American League, 6th in all of baseball with 25 home runs. He's batting .271, 45 RBIs, and 7 stolen bases. He was named a starting outfielder for the All-Star game last week, but did not play because of that injury. So he's batting second tonight. Top of that order is pretty damn good. They don't have great career numbers off Tanner Bybee. Basic like Larnach 3 for 17, Buxton 2 for 13, although the 2 hits were home runs. Royce Lewis 3 for 13, Lee 1 for 11. But Cleveland hasn't historically hit Joe Ryan very well either. So maybe this is a low scoring game. I agree with you. If there's one side I'm picking tonight, it's the Twins. It's really only because of Joe Ryan though. An ERA of under 3. Bybee's got an ERA that's barely under 4. So I would lean with the Twinkies here. But, again, both of these teams have hovered around 500 for a reason. They're pretty mid. Let's move on to a much more aesthetically pleasing series. That's a good one, but don't get me wrong. But this one's pretty sexy. Dodgers and the Phillies, rematch of the NLDS series last year, where I can still see Orion Kerkering's throw going 15 feet over the catcher's head, right? That cost the Phillies that one game. They got Christopher Sanchez on the mound tonight. They're a pretty decent-sized favorite because of that. -150 with our friends at BetMGM. Sanchez on the bump. He has been virtually unhittable at home this year. He's come back down to earth overall, but at home he's got a .86 ERA. Dodgers going with Emmett Sheehan, so you got an over-under of 8.5. And then the bigger news in this one, Kate, before we get to the game, is that Ohtani, who got scratched from his last start before the All-Star game, scratched from his first start after the All-Star game. The plan was to them have him pitch on Wednesday in Philly for this series. He's now been scratched for that as well. we were talking on Friday, Kate. I feel like Shohei Ohtani's days as a two-way unicorn are numbered. And this only kind of furthers that for me. This inflammation that he has been dealing on and off with in that left knee, it's serious enough that already a couple of days ahead of his start, they're going to like, yeah, you know what? We're going to push it back. He's not going to pitch in this series. That's pretty concerning for me, not only long-term, but in the short term this year. If the Dodgers are going to pull off the very rare three-peat, they need Ohtani on the mound. And again, maybe you would have said it was load management last week. Now it's a little bit more serious than that, in my opinion. I think this is absolutely very concerning for the Dodgers with Ohtani's knee.
Yeah, when we were on prior to the All-Star break, Pat, I said that I thought this was load management with Ohtani taking some time around the All-Star break, and clearly I was very wrong in that take because he's going to be taking some extra time, and it wasn't just an added day or two around the break. And you're right, like his days going both ways are completely numbered. I don't think we see that happening for a whole lot longer. And I don't necessarily think it's concerning for the Dodgers in terms of like long-term World Series aspirations this year and stuff, because as long as he's back for the playoffs, like I think the Dodgers are going to be just fine. It's just never ideal to have your best pitcher rather missing some games and missing some starts. So Dodgers better hope that this isn't something that lingers for Ohtani even when he does come back, because that's when it gets scary of, okay, then maybe you start having to hang it up on one side of the ball and focus on, not being a two-way player anymore. But in terms of tonight and what's going on with Dodgers Phillies, I don't know, with Sanchez on the mound, like how do you not take the Phillies with how good he's been? I don't necessarily want to lay that price.
I'll play devil's advocate just to play devil's advocate. You get the Dodgers, one of the only times you're going to get them as an underdog, let alone more than plus 125 with our friends at BetMGM. I mean, do you just go up against Sanchez and hope that the Phillies lineup doesn't hit that well? Because again, they're very hit or miss. And, if this is a tie game going to the 6th, 7th inning, you got to feel pretty good about the bullpen matchup. So, yes, how do you go against Sanchez? But also, you got the Dodgers at a price, probably one of only 5 times you'll have it the entire season when they're this, and I say this big of an underdog. It's not like they're 2-1, but still, they are a pretty decent-sized underdog here. So, I don't know. Devil's advocate there, just to play devil's advocate. I would think Sanchez goes 7 strong because that's kind of what he always does. But then again, even though I gave you the home split, he's looked normal lately. He's looked very human. And you say what you want about the All-Star game. He got lit up in that one inning, gave up a couple of really hard-hit balls. So, I don't know. I wouldn't be looking to back the Phillies. That's for damn sure. As good as that as much as they have the pitching matchup in their favor.
I mean, you're right. To get the Dodgers at that price, how often does that happen? That's one of those things where maybe you just kind of close your eyes and bet the Dodgers plus money.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, they did play the Yankees in a doubleheader yesterday. And then again, that's a very easy trip to get to Philly, whether they drove or they fly. I mean, you're talking about an hour and a half, 2 hours at most. So did the fact that they played 2 games yesterday a little sluggish? I don't know. I mean, this is a professional ball club. They're the back-to-back reigning champions. So tough one. Let's get another couple of games here really quickly. Yankees at the Pirates. And I know that producer Brandon Combs put this up there. Yes, because they're the Yankees, but also because the pitching matchup, Kate, is Braxton Ashcraft versus Ryan Weathers. Now, one of the last few times we did the list on a Friday night, it was the top 20 strikeout leaders in baseball, and we're like, we got like 5 names left to go. We're deep in it at this point. You're like guessing, and Combs goes, how about Braxton Ashcraft? Like nonchalantly, yep, in the top 15, not a problem at all. So he's going tonight against the Yankees, and I will promise you I'll never forget who Braxton Ashcraft is if he absolutely shoves, which he has done for a lot of this season. 128 strikeouts, a 3.49 ERA. The young Ryan Weathers on the mound for the Yanks, the lefty. He's been very inconsistent. Yankees at home against the Pirates. This is the pitching matchup in Pittsburgh's favor, but and without Judge or Stanton, again, just looking at the bottom half of that Yankees lineup makes me want to throw up. But this is essentially a pick 'em tonight. Yankees a slight favorite, and we'll see if Braxton Ashcraft can dominate. But Kate, your thoughts on this one?
I mean, here's the angle here, Pat. We got to take Ashcraft over his strikeouts. I'm trying to figure out what that is right now. Was not on my card coming into the show here, but when we're talking Ashcraft and producer Brandon being a big fan of him, let's see here. 7.
Yeah, 6.5.
Minus 135. Nah. I mean, he like if you look at his strikeouts lately, his last couple starts, 6, 7, 8, 10, 7, like sitting right around there. I'm gonna go. I guess maybe I would go with this Yankees lineup without the names that you named. Maybe it's a little weaker. I mean, Yankees minus 114 at home. Like that's not giving me a whole lot of confidence that this is a New York win. I feel like if they should be favored by more,
and here's
right?
the thing.
Like it's almost pointing towards the Pirates there.
But and maybe Ashcraft strikeouts is a good bet because I'm looking in the month of July. The Yankees have struck out the second most times in all of baseball as a team. 137 strikeouts in July. So they have had a ton of swings and misses here over the last couple of weeks. So yeah, maybe it would be Ashcraft to ring up double-digit strikeouts, and then I got to hear from Combs. You know who Braxton Ashcraft is now? All right, let's squeeze in one more quick one, just because it's probably the best game of the night. Orioles winners of 7 in a row. Red Sox winners of 13 in a row. 20 combined wins between these two teams, who are all of a sudden in the thick of things in the AL. Not only in the AL wild card, but somebody's going to have to lose this game. Somebody's going to win it, and that means they might make up some more ground on Tampa Bay and the Yanks. The Sox just swept the Rays. The Orioles just swept the Astros on the road. You got Peyton Toll versus Shane Baz tonight. I would say it's the Red Sox because they've won 13 in a row, Kate, but Baltimore winning 7 in a row, that ain't too shabby either. It's probably going to come down to the bullpens. You got 2 decent starting pitchers. But in a game like this, 2 teams have been very hot. Their lineups have been very good. I feel like this is probably a 1-run game, and it comes down to the 8th or 9th inning. That's what I would think. So, honestly, I don't want any part of this one.
Yeah, I got nothing in this one either, Pat. I'm just kind of hoping that the Red Sox can continue this streak. Like, I just think it's a great story, especially with how they started the season and how terrible they were to rattle off this many wins. I want to see how far they can take this one. So that would be my only angle, which isn't a good betting angle whatsoever. But I want to see the Red Sox continue the streak.
Yeah, and they've been steamed here. I think they were minus 140 earlier today with our friends at BetMGM. They're up to minus 170. So everybody is jumping on that 13-game winning streak. Let's not forget, Orioles have won 7 in a row. They're not too far behind. 310-840-4910. We got to get to break. We're going to go streaking when we return. Whatever your thoughts are on these games tonight, hopefully the 5 of us are right on who gets a hit, because we're going to go streaking when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, it was everything I thought it would be with the way they were controlling the tempo. And people like to highlight their defensive side of things. The defense, honestly, was never really under pressure because the midfield had the ball the entire time and they were controlling it. That's why Rodri ends up getting the golden ball. And Pedri is another great player who plays for Barcelona. He's on the bench. So, like, when your team is that good and you're able to sit a player like that and still be in control of games, I'm not really surprised. To many people, I'm not sure if you've heard about it, the final was really that semifinal between France and Spain. That the team that was going to win that one was going to win the tournament. It didn't matter if England came out on the other side. Mentally, they're on a different level. Talent-wise, they're on a different level. And you're right, Argentina, if Enzo Fernandez wasn't stupid towards the end of regulation there and getting that red card, imagine they were on even strength towards stoppage time in the second half of extra time. They could have had a chance. And to your point, you were right. That's the only time that they did anything. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen in a final anywhere. And it probably was the worst World Cup final performance. But that's also how good Spain is, on top of how much Messi dragged Argentina to this final. And how they were squeaking on by with a lot of results. It's not like they were doing anything in terms of dominating each knockout stage.
You're hot.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Turn your baseball predictions into bigger potential payouts with an MLB Parlay Boost Token. Build your favorite MLB parlay featuring the teams and players you believe will come through. Then apply your Parlay Boost Token to increase the odds and elevate your potential winnings. Whether you're backing multiple game winners, stacking player props, or building a same-game parlay, your MLB Parlay Boost Token helps you get even more out of every winning ticket. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern on a Monday. The longest active streak we got going on right now is 2. We got to get cooking. So you know what time it is. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! All right, everybody, we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter they think will correctly get a hit. I'm our longest active streaker. I'm at 2. Combs is at 0. He's actually gotten it wrong 4 in a row. He's got to turn things around here. Monty's at 0. And Kate started off 6 for 6. Last time she was on the show, she took her first L. So let's see what we can get cooking here. I'll start us off. Give me a guy that mashes against lefties, and that is Ozzy Albies, and he's going up against J.P. Sears, who somehow is still in the big leagues, and he's making a start tonight for the Padres. He's got a 5.03 ERA, 20 hits allowed in 19 2/3 innings this year. Ozzie Albies batting second for the Braves, and the one time where I'm just going to completely ignore the lifetime numbers. He's only 1 for 10 against JP Sears. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, in my opinion. Ozzie Albies against lefties this year, hitting 285, so I'm going to ride with the guy that's at the top of the order against a pitcher that's not very good and hits lefties very well. Give me Ozzie Albies to get a knock tonight against the Padres. All right, Kate, over to you. You started a perfect 6 for 6. It was Bryce Eldridge who served you up your first L last time, so looking to get back on a streak. Who are you going with tonight, Kate?
Yeah, and I'm pissed, Pat, because remember, I forget who it was that I was going to take. Zach was filling in. Zach was producing. He's filling in for Brandon. He took the player I wanted, and Devers. Thank you, Monty. Yeah. Devers got the hit. I didn't take him. I would have stayed perfect, but here we are. So I'm going with Brian Reynolds, the Pirates, going up against Ryan Weathers. Reynolds against Weathers, 3 for 4. He's got 2 doubles. Hitting 750, and he's hadn't gotten hits in 6 of his last 8 games. So I'm going to go with Brian Reynolds to get a hit tonight.
Bang. All right, very good. Let's go to producer Brandon Combs. Combs, you got to get off this schneid. Who are you rocking with?
I know, and I'm going to go with somebody who's probably been just as down as me since he came off of the Dame injury right before the All-Star break, and I'm going to go with Munetaka Murakami. We're both going to get off this schneid today. Did have a nice double on Saturday, so I'm going to take that as a sign that he is about to come around, but he does face Jacob deGrom tonight. Still like him nonetheless.
All right, very good. Very good. Let's go to our video producer, Monty, Michael Montgomery, owner and operator of batters-box.com. Monty, who does the hyphen like tonight? Because I know you follow the numbers. Who are you going with?
The hyphen likes Murakami, so that's an interesting one there against DeGrom, but I'm going with Yordan Alvarez. I mean, he's going to be the AL MVP, we all think, having an amazing season. 5th highest rated hitter on the day at the site that Pat mentioned. Elite matchup against Jansen Junk. Junk struggled against lefties this year. They're hitting .315 with an OPS over 850 against him. Over 200 games with an elite rating for Yordan, getting a hit 67% of the time. And if you just look at this season, that trend jumps to 73%. So I love that. And then with Yordan being so good, 5-star pitch mix rating for him tonight, 100% Arsenal coverage. Can't get any better than that. Expected batting average of at least .393 against all of Junk's pitches. So hopefully I'm getting right on the correct side of the streak here.
All right, very good. And then finally, let's toss it to our guy in our Westwood One studios, a name that just rolls off the tongue. Lee DeLapp. Lee, who are you going with tonight? You're 1 for 1, by the way, in your career.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Well, I feel really good about this because I had the same exact thought you did, Pat. I like the Braves versus Sears tonight, and instead I'm going Matt Olson for my pick to hopefully go 2-0.
All right, beautiful. So Lee going lefty on lefty. He don't give a hoot. He don't give a damn. He's going with Matt Olson. So there you go. There's our 5 picks. I'm going Ozzie Albies. Lee is going with Matt Olson. Monty's going Yordan Alvarez. Combs is going with Munetaka Murakami. And Kate is going with Brian Reynolds. So there's your 5. In case you want to follow along, you want to shoot us a text, give us a call. If you have, we always welcome it open to the public if you want to get a player to Let's Go Streaking. So we'll get your calls, your texts, 310-840-4910. When we come back, breaking down the Open Championship and the weekend that was on BetMGM tonight.
This is
What am I missing with Justin Herbert? Because I have a theory. I'm not saying that Justin Herbert is a COVID creation, but I'm telling you that his best seasons happened during COVID. And once we came out on the other side of it, and once we came out with now fans and the games are regular and back to where they were, he's never hit those ceilings again. His first season in the league, Justin Herbert threw for 31 touchdown passes. It is important to note there were no fans in the stands during these games. In 2021, Justin Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdown passes. That was still that weird hybrid period where some teams had fans, some teams had limited fans, some teams were doing that. We didn't get back normal, in my opinion, in the NFL and really around the world. We didn't get back normal until 2022. So the 2020 stats, I think if you look at the passing numbers, way up in 2020. 2021, the exact same deal. Since then, the last 4 years with Justin Herbert, he has thrown 25 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown passes, 23 and 26. He has not won a playoff game. He has not won his division. You know what? Justin Herbert is Sam Darnold with the better agent. That's who he is. If you look at his numbers, if you put them up against the board and I show you what this quarterback has done and what this quarterback has done, I'm telling you, he is Kyler Murray who drank more milk as a kid. That's who Justin Herbert has been for the large majority of his life in the National Football League. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just not seeing what everybody else is seeing.
As far as a team that I think could be undersold right now, how about the New Orleans Saints? You know, I feel like that division amongst all of them is probably the most up for grabs. You could make a case for Tampa. You could make a case for Carolina, but I don't know that either one of them are so strong that you feel really good about it. And the way New Orleans played at the end of last year, you know, granted the 1-8 start or whatever it was, certainly gave us an idea of where they were starting from. But I felt like Tyler Shuck really kind of turned the corner a little bit and could be in line for a big statistical season. Jordan Tyson they draft, Chris Olave they bring back, and Kamara they kept in the fold along with Travis Etienne. And, you know, defensively, I think they were pretty darn good down the stretch, added a few pieces, but most of the focus seemed to be on offense, you know, just buttressing the whole thing around their second-year quarterback. So, you know, they're a team that I think could surprise some people and you know, kind of pull an 11-win season out of thin air, seemingly. So, you know, again, like the Jaguars did last year, I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans ends up beefing up their win total by a significant amount and possibly stealing that division.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in or welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brad Evans off all week. Kate Constable in for Brad tonight. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Monday night extravaganza kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talk and text line to join the show on anything we discussed in the first hour. Spain's historic 1-0 win in the World Cup final, their second World Cup title, as they finally knock off Messi and Argentina. 1-0 in a game they dominated. Argentina didn't have a single shot until the 117th minute in extra time. And Spain still barely had to squeak it out. So any of your thoughts on the World Cup or Spain winning it all yesterday? 310-840-4910. We took a look at some of the big baseball games tonight, which are about to start. And then we went streaking last segment. So you want to get in on that fun? Again, it's 310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. But as a precursor to the World Cup yesterday, and for those of you that locally were watching your baseball teams, and especially on Saturday as well, you got the Open on the links to kick off early Saturday morning, early Sunday morning, and yesterday, right around 2:30 p.m. Eastern local time, a birdie on the 18th to come from nowhere and going into the weekend, and then an incredible performance on Saturday. Finishes it up with a birdie on 18, a birdie on 16, 4 birdies in the final 5 holes. And it's the Kiwi. It's Ryan Fox from New Zealand who wins his first ever major. First major win in his career. The guy hadn't finished inside the top 15 of any major in his career. And he goes ahead and wins the whole damn thing. He outlasts Cameron Young, who had a beast of a round on Sunday. Sam Burns, who I don't know if you would call it a choke or collapse, but had his second worst round of the weekend on Sunday. He went into the day at the leader at 10 under. He finishes 8 under. Scotty made a good charge and a good push for it, but all weekend long, he was just too damn inconsistent on that back 9. He finishes 7 under. Same with Tommy Fleetwood. But for the 2 guys that made the most headlines this weekend, Kate, it was guys that really didn't even finish in the top 10. It was Bryson DeChambeau. Go figure. He finished at 4 under. And it was Rory, who was never really in this tournament at all. Rory finishes 1 under, tied for 40th. But the whole weekend, the weekend highlight was Bryson getting a 2-stroke penalty on Saturday for improving his lie. And he fell out of rhythm completely yesterday. He had a triple bogey on the 11th hole, but actually, I believe it was, not Saturday. This goes all the way back to Thursday. His first round, he's arguing with tournament officials. He hits his ball into the high weeds, which there are plenty of in the links golf tournaments and the courses, and especially Birkdale and Southport, England was no different. And he's trying to find his ball. He is, he's stepping around the high weeds. He finally finds it. And after the round ends, they basically come up to him and they're like, hey, you intentionally improved your lie. That's a 2-stroke penalty. And Bryson's arguing with tournament officials. So he was not happy about it. He threatened to withdraw. Reportedly, and this is now multiple outlets that have reported this, Kate, he asked them, the R&A, he asked the tournament officials to call President Donald Trump to see if he could get them to overturn the penalty. We talked about this in our pre-show meeting on Friday. I was joking because Trump helped overturn the red card on Faux Balogun. And so it's like, Bryson, we know he's good buddies with Trump. It's like, just call Trump and see if he'll Hey, he reportedly apparently did. And the RNA were like, absolutely. No, absolutely not. No shot we're doing this. So Bryson had himself a hell of a weekend. We'll get to Rory's sound and Rory, what he thought on Bryson in just a bit. But, Kate, I wanted to get your thoughts on the Open, but especially on Bryson's weekend, because it was a freaking doozy. It was a roller coaster, as it normally is with him. But as somebody that a lot of people in the game of golf hate and despise, I always thought Bryson's been good for golf because he is so entertaining and he's unique with, trying to hit the ball 5,000 yards and revolutionizing the way guys swing and go about it. But man, he just looks like a giant baby back bleep for what he pulled this weekend, where it feels like everybody that knows golf said, no, like that's blatantly against the rules, whether he did it on purpose or not. It was the right decision. And then he tried to have the president try to overturn the penalty that he got issued. What a baby.
Yeah, what are we doing here? I can't get on board with that. We can't be calling the president during sporting events from now on to try and get us out of things. Like, next LeBron's going to be, called for flopping, and he's going to want to call the president in the middle of the third quarter of a Tuesday night game against the Hornets. Like, this cannot be a thing that we're doing here. That's absolutely absurd, if that is true. And it sounds like if it's being reported by multiple outlets, there's probably some truth to it in some capacity. That's absolutely absurd. Like, yes, a 2-strike penalty in a major is a really big deal. So I understand Bryson not being happy with it. I understand Bryson arguing with the officials about it. Sure, that's all fine. But at some point, you just got to take the penalty and you got to move on, because that's what it is. And you're not getting out of it after that. So, yeah, he kind of... there's some theatrics to Bryson. There always have been. And that's kind of what Rory alluded to. I don't fault Bryson for being upset. Like, it's a big tournament. It's a big deal. Like, maybe there's some subjectivity in terms of what actually happened with him improving his lie. Like, but at the end of the day, there are rules officials there for a reason. And if the rules officials say that you violated a rule, you got to just take it on the chin and move on. And it felt like Bryson kind of let that derail the rest of his tournament, where, yeah, he went from, had he not had that 2-stroke penalty, he would have been, I believe, in second, finishing that round going into the weekend. He dropped to 4th or 5th after that. You're still right in contention, buddy. Like, you're right there going into the weekend of a major. That's exactly where you want to be, is in the top 5, top 10. So, like, he certainly could have continued playing really good golf going forward. But you let that happen, and then that becomes the talk of the weekend, and all of a sudden that's the distraction that athletes talk about all the time. And maybe Bryson, he kind of thrives off of some of those distractions. But it just felt like it could have been a much smaller deal than it was made out to be, despite how disappointing it is for that individual player to be given a 2-stroke penalty.
Yeah, and a lot of people had, wanted to weigh in on this, fans and fellow athletes and the like. But let's hear from Rory McIlroy, who has become one of the most well-known and I would say likable golfers of this century, probably the most iconic just off of the name golfers after Tiger Woods here in the last 15 years. And these guys haven't liked each other for a while, Rory and Bryson. Rory publicly admitted he is, quote, not particularly fond of Bryson DeChambeau. He had the 2024 U.S. Open where Rory collapsed and Bryson won it. And let's hear what Rory had to say about Bryson's controversy and the way that he acted this weekend.
So I was watching it live. I was up in the players' lounge watching it with a few other players, and as soon as he made the step into the ball, we all sort of looked at each other and were like, that didn't seem right. And then when I heard that he was called in by the rules officials, I think it was pretty obvious for why. I think there's no doubt that he improved the line of his backswing. So, and again, it's like whether it was careless or whether it was intentional, I don't think it matters. Hopefully it was careless. But I think the 2-shot penalty was justified for sure.
Yeah, and that's the main point. And Rory's 100% spot on. Whether it was careless or whether it was intentional, according to the rule book, right? I saw a lot of people on social media want to be golf experts, and according to the rule book, you cannot intentionally improve your lie. And when you're in that thick stuff, man, it ain't easy to hit out of it. Trust me, I suck at golf. I can't even hit out of the rough, let alone feet of weeds. But you can't improve your back, so you can't stand on the stuff and crunch around it like you're weed whacking. And Bryson, of course, on Saturday, he's like making the weed whacking gesture, like trying to, it's like, oh yeah, you guys got me, but like this is what I was actually doing. I mean, dude, you broke the rules, and all of the experts all the roundtable discussions and the people that are on site, all the coverage and the clips that I saw on social media, like 99.9% of them were like, you can't do that. It was fair. He shouldn't be freaking out about this. Rory went on and called him performative. He said that Bryson was being performative and was holding the tournament hostage. I completely agree. Rory, at times, as much as he is likable, Kate, he feels like he can be a party pooper, if you will, like a Debbie Downer, as a guy that doesn't want to have fun, doesn't want to make golf fun. But I think he was spot on here. I think Bryson was just being, like I said, a little bleep, a little a little meow meow over this whole thing, in which he broke the rules and then he wanted to cry like he was the victim.
Yeah, that's the thing is you broke the rules. That's the bottom line. You don't get to then take over the tournament and hold everyone up. I mean, essentially he held up all of the tee times for the release of the tee times rather for Saturday because of all of his antics and complaining about it so much. And that's frustrating to everyone else in the field. Like, at some point, dude, you got to kind of be respectful to everyone else out there. And golf is a game that's essentially built on, respect, the country club culture, all of that stuff. So I don't mind Rory coming out and saying it. And I kind of like that he did too, because we're all about like not ruffling each other's feathers in this day and age, and like kind of just like shut your mouth, don't really say a lot. But like, if Bryson's being a little baby, someone should call him out for being a little baby. And I kind of wish Scotty Scheffler had. Like, Scotty was asked about it, and I respect Scotty's answer. Like, yes, that's the kind of answer you're going to get from Scotty Scheffler. And it's like, let's just focus on golf. That's what we're here for this weekend. I don't want to get into all of this. It's going to blow up. It's going to turn into a way bigger deal than it is. I just want to focus on the round I have in front of me. And I get that too. But I kind of like the fact that Rory's like, dude, no one likes you. You're being a baby. These are the rules. And for golf that is very kind of rigid in terms of watching it and the storylines within it, like, you don't get that same NFL type storylines of guys going crazy and doing weird things and stuff. Like, I enjoyed this out of Rory.
Yeah, well, let's hear from Scotty. You mentioned his quote and what he had to say about it. Let's hear it. Here is Scotty Scheffler when asked about Bryson DeChambeau getting the 2-stroke penalty. Let's hear what the world number one had to say.
I was out practicing. I was playing with him yesterday. I don't really have a ton to say on it. Actually, I do have a ton to say. I don't have decided exactly what I want to say publicly yet, but I do have some thoughts. I don't really feel like now's the time or place for me to comment. Like, we're in the middle of the tournament. I'm focused on what I need to do, and I need to go out tomorrow and shoot all around. I'm not really going to expand on it too much.
Well, Scotty did end up finally giving an answer yesterday after his final round and after the tournament ended. He said that professional golf needs to do a better job of policing rule breakers, but he did defend Bryson DeChambeau, and he said, quote, "All I'll say is Bryson, I've known him for a long time, and he's a lot of things, but he's definitely not a cheater. I've never seen him cheat once, whether we were having a putting contest on the putting green or chipping contest or anytime we played amateur golf. I never saw anything suspicious." He went on to say, quote, "When you're watching him there from that camera angle, maybe he was a touch careless around his ball, but I don't think he did anything intentionally." And then he went on to say, because then Sam Burns and Russell Henley, who were saying that, like, some golfers like Bryson, they show every one of his shots. Every one of their shots is shown on TV. Some guys, you don't even get to see them take a single swing throughout the round. And Scotty said, quote, all I could really say is I think maybe we need to be a little bit more strict in the way that we are policing guys, but it's a little bit of a balance because you've got certain guys like a Bryson who every shot he hits is going to be shown on TV. When you have camera angles that are far away, things can look different than they do when you're right there. So again, Scotty, obviously he's friends with Bryson. He's trying to protect him. He doesn't want to throw him under the bus, but he did agree that, it's not like he said he shouldn't have been penalized. I don't know. Like, should we be mad at Scotty Scheffler for not saying what this looked like? I mean, it's not like he ripped the weeds out of the ground and was like, "Oh, hey, nice. I got a nice swing now." Like, I don't think anybody is saying that Bryson DeChambeau was doing that. That it's like, "Hey, nobody look. I'm gonna just go ahead and take these weeds out of here." But like, you You broke what the letter of the law is. You broke the rules. You got a 2-stroke penalty, and then you cried about it all weekend. And baby, please, can you guys call the president for me, please? Please, he'll overturn this. I'm the victim here. Like, dude, shut up. You are such a whiny little you know what sometimes. And it makes defending him very hard because I do think that Bryson is good for the game of golf. I think he's entertaining. I think he's polarizing in a good way. But I'm on the side that kind of hates him, at least for the next couple of days until I forget about the Open in a few days. There's no more major tournaments. So it's not like we have any other major golf tournament to look forward to here the next couple of weeks. Unless you're a diehard golf fan, your lasting memory until the Masters next year is Bryson DeChambeau breaking the rules and then crying like a little baby about it for the entire weekend.
So, okay, here's reading through the tea leaves of Scotty Scheffler, because during the weekend when he was asked about it, he's like, yeah, I have thoughts on it, but I don't really want to get into it right now. And then afterwards, he's like, yeah, Bryson's not a cheater. I don't think Bryson's a cheater. Like, I think the term that Scotty used of the carelessness around the ball, around the area, like that's probably what it was. Bryson was just a little careless and didn't like the fact that, like, okay, maybe he made a mistake and the carelessness is what caused that 2-stroke penalty. That's what Bryson just has to accept. Like, I'm with Scotty that I don't think Bryson was actively trying to cheat, but I think Scotty also wanted to say something about, like, at that point, dude, you got to just move on. You were a distraction to the rest of the tournament. You were a crybaby, all of that stuff. Like, that's the stuff that I don't think we heard from Scotty that he wanted to say. And because everything else is like, yeah, he's friends with Scotty, and yeah, he kind of condemned the way the whole thing went down. But I'm with him that Bryson wasn't cheating, but Bryson didn't need to react the way in which Bryson reacted. And I think that's what we didn't get to hear from Scotty Scheffler, because he's so buttoned up and isn't going to say those things about a guy that he's kind of friends with on the tour. And also, like, during a round, or during a tournament, he's not going to talk like that. But that's essentially what it is. Bryson was careless. He got a penalty. He didn't like the penalty. He cried about it. Rory called him out. And Scotty kind of takes the, did you call it the high road? I don't know. Just the quieter road, maybe, is what that is, Pat.
Yeah, the quieter road. The quieter road. So, again, I don't think, Rory said Rory hates him. We know Rory hates Bryson. And so I thought his quote was not surprising in the slightest. And that's not that he was wrong. He was right. He was performative. He tried to hold the tournament hostage. He threatened to withdraw. All right, dude, withdraw. Withdraw from the tournament then.
Yeah.
You broke the rules. Like, nobody, again, I don't think anybody claimed him of trying to cheat, but you broke the rules. You got the 2-stroke penalty, and then you cried about it and asked them to call the president of the United States to overturn this. So it's like, yeah, you mentioned it, Kate. Is like LeBron gets called for flopping or Draymond Green receives a technical. Are they going to call the president? Like, is that the new thing that we're going to do now? Like, grow a set, dude. My God. Like, you broke the rules, accept the penalty. Accept the freaking penalty. One other comment. I feel like they're so much more strict at the Open and at the Masters. Robert McIntyre slammed his driver. He got a code of conduct warning. And he's like, sometimes I run hot. Like, I got to tell you, I stink at golf. I have to say it again and again and again, Kate. I stink at golf. The amount of times that I've just, like, slam the head into the ground and not like cause damage to the tee box or anything, but you hit a bad shot, you just slam the club or you throw the club like a foot in the air. I'd be kicked out of all these tournaments if I was actually good enough to golf, because I mean, come on. Code of conduct warning because you slammed the driver? How hard the sport is? I'd be like I'd make Happy Gilmore look like a saint if I was on the PGA Tour with the code of conduct warning. Give me a break. Let these guys show a little bit of frustration once in a while.
Well, that's the thing, is they're competitors. Like, they're athletes. They're in every other sport, you can show frustration in various ways, but like, you can't do that in the sport of golf. And I know that's what makes golf different and sets it apart. And like, you learn that at a very young age as a golfer coming up the ranks. But like, they're also competitors. You have to imagine a lot of them are really pissed off. There's some clip that I just saw on Twitter, and it's from years ago. I forget what tournament it is, but like Rory hit a bad shot out of the bunker and just starts hacking at the side of the bunker with his club over and over again. I mean, you saw Scottie Scheffler show more emotion in this tournament than maybe we've ever seen from Scottie before, frustrated on Sunday. So like, you're going to get that type of stuff. It's just, yeah, at these tournaments, like, you kind of have to know the rules, Pat. You kind of have to like work with the rules. It's like, I don't know if you ever cheated in like middle school, like you kind of like learn how to cheat, right? You learn how to not get caught doing it. Like, learn how to be frustrated in a way that's not going to get you a code of conduct type of penalty and whatnot.
Yeah, easier said than done. I don't know about you. I don't know if anybody's ever recommended anger management classes to you. That has been recommended to me, Kate. But either way, we digress.
We can talk about that. We can work on that for you, Pat.
Yeah,
I'm here.
You play therapist. All right, 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We'll get your calls and your texts. So I guess it's what did you think of the Bryson DeChambeau fiasco? Do you think that was BS that he got the 2-stroke penalty? What did you think of Rory's comments? What did you think of Bryson reportedly asking them to call President Trump to try to overturn the penalty? Any thoughts on the Open over the weekend? Robert Fox winning the thing kind of feels like an afterthought. 310-840-4910. I feel bad for the guy. He wins his first major, and everybody talks about Bryson and Rory and Scottie and all the guys that he beat. 310-840-4910. She's Kate Constable. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, it was everything I thought it would be with the way they were controlling the tempo. And people like to highlight their defensive side of things. The defense, honestly, was never really under pressure because the midfield had the ball the entire time and they were controlling it. That's why Rodri ends up getting the golden ball. And Pedri is another great player who plays for Barcelona. He's on the bench. So, like, when your team is that good and you're able to sit a player like that and still be in control of games, I'm not really surprised. To many people, I'm not sure if you've heard about it, the final was really that semifinal between France and Spain, that the team that was going to win that one was going to win the tournament. It didn't matter if England came out on the other side. Mentally, they're on a different level. Talent-wise, they're on a different level. And you're right, Argentina, if Enzo Fernandez wasn't stupid towards the end of regulation there and getting that red card, imagine they were on even strength towards stoppage time in the second half of extra time. They could have had a chance. And to your point, you were right. That's the only time that they did anything. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen in a final anywhere. And it probably was the worst World Cup final performance. But that's also how good Spain is, on top of how much Messi dragged Argentina to this final and how they were squeaking on by with a lot of results. It's not like they were doing anything in terms of dominating each knockout stage.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. I didn't try for the little swoop, little curl in my hair that happened naturally, Kate. I should have just left
looks
it,
good.
though. No, well, I mean, and then I touched it, and now it looks terrible. But I don't know, it's all right. I've had worse hair days. If you're watching live on,
Do you have curly hair, Pat? Do you have like naturally kind of curly, wavy hair? Obviously, you got the, you style it all nice and everything that gets like the good sweep going. But like when it's not styled, what's it like?
I would say wavy. It's not really curly.
Okay.
There are certain days where I feel like if it's humid out and I take a shower and then like immediately go out to do whatever, and if it's humid, the humidity will curl the hair up. But otherwise, naturally, no. I think it's wavy, closer to straight than anything. But did the gel, couple of combs through, and then I just felt like, I don't know, I must have moved my head and I had the one curl hanging forward. I like that look, but then I just touched it and ruined it. So if you're watching live on Twitch or YouTube or Twitter, you can you have a gander of that. Kate, a much more enjoyable sight than myself, but either way.
I mean, my hair game has been lacking pretty hard, Pat. You have a kid and all of a sudden you don't really like care. Like it's just kind of whatever. I don't know. I don't have time to do the hair. I used to curl my hair for these shows. I used to like care about my appearance. Now I'm just rocking sweatshirts with spit up on them. I mean, you can't tell, but I smell like sour milk right now. So that's where I'm going. That's what I'm working with tonight.
Good. I love it. Well, you can't see any of the spit up, so I guess that's probably the only thing that matters. And the hair looks fine. The hair looks fine. Yeah, you would probably you'd do the whole Dyson blow dryer, the one that automatically curls your hair. That's what my girlfriend has. The thing works wonders.
It's quite the tool. Yeah, it's amazing. It's been collecting dust over the past couple of months. I got to bring that thing back out.
Yeah, I mean, screw it. You know, is your husband going to find you unattractive now that you had a kid?
He might, yeah.
No, you
Yeah,
tell him
yeah, that could
you're
be.
more attractive after you have a kid. And that's the damn beauty of having a kid and mothership.
That's
I
right,
won't
Pat.
take anything else.
That's right. I'll remind
go.
him of that.
Yes, please do. 310-840-4910. Before we talk a little Red Sox here, this 13-game winning streak that they're putting on the line tonight, let's go. We got a couple of texts rolling through. Neil from Vancouver texts in, what's good, Pat and Kate? Watching your show every day could be the definition of a siesta. All right, we appreciate that.
Okay.
And then Neil goes, let's go streaking. Ryan O'Hearn is my pick going against the Southpaw Ryan Weathers from your Yankees, whose ERA is over 4. Well, Neil, we appreciate the kind words. You know, we were talking about siesta being part of Spanish culture and whether or not we need to implement that here into our culture as Americans. But yeah, in terms of, wow, Ryan O'Hearn already got a hit for the Pirates. So there you go, Neil. Great call.
Woo!
The Yanks are up 4-0. Jazz Chisholm hit a 3-run nuke shot off of Braxton Ashcraft in the first inning, but Ryan O'Hearn literally just got a hit seconds ago. So how about Neil from Vancouver? A nice compliment and a correct pick.
I mean, yeah. Go Neil. Vancouver.
There you go. Go Vancouver. Go Canucks.
Yeah.
Go Canucks. Another guy that loves streaking here, well, our Let's Go Streaking game, is, I don't know if he actually likes to streak or whatnot, but Chuck in Alabama texts in, and he is claiming he's got a 4-game streak. We'll take your word for it, Chuck. He said, just pick a national versus Kyle Freeland in Coors Field. Let's go streaking. Tonight, Abrams gets a hit. That would be CJ Abrams. Yeah, Kate, it's 100 degrees in Denver today. The ball normally flies, obviously, the elevation in Coors Field, but how about that? 100 degrees on top of that, and Kyle Freeland is on the mound. And it's not just the Coors Field elevation that makes his numbers look bad. A 7.36 ERA. So, yeah, I would say CJ Abrams, who's batting cleanup tonight and hitting 277, that's probably a pretty darn good pick. Lefty on lefty, I would say if you really want to get spicy, and again, it doesn't matter how juicy the odds are. When we play Let's Go Streaking, it's about pride more than anything. All you got to do is pick somebody to get a hit. How could you not go with James Wood? I know he's a lefty as well, but, I mean, his splits are pretty even across the board. That's who I would go with if I'm picking a national. But I feel like, yeah, anybody in that lineup's probably a pretty good pick tonight.
Well, I mean, if we take it a step further, who are we taking to get a home run in Coors? Because if it's 100 degrees there, the ball's going to be flying. How many home runs do you think get hit tonight?
Maybe 7. I mean, we had both of those teams. The Rockies played at home. Let me just see here. Let me double check, because I think they've had like 80 combined runs in their last couple of games. The Rockies were at home, and they lost 9-6 yesterday to the Reds. They won 10-3 on Saturday and lost 7-2 on Friday. So the lowest scoring game of that weekend was 9 runs. The Nationals played in Sacramento, and we know it's a bandbox. Friday, they won 23-4. Saturday, they lost to the A's 15-1. And then yesterday, they kept it in the single digits. It was 5-2. So both of them coming off of very offensive weekends, and now they're playing in probably the most hitter-friendly conditions imaginable tonight. Yeah, I would say maybe we've got 6-7 home runs on tap for that game.
I mean, can you bet how many home runs there are in games? You can do that, right? Like, maybe that's where we need to go in that one. Yeah.
Probably. I mean, if you're really feeling it, you know, if you're feeling degenerative tonight, then sure.
I'm feeling it.
And why not?
I'm feeling it.
Yeah, you feeling it?
The Reds. I'm feeling it though. Yeah, I am feeling that. Red Sox are already down though. Like I'm not feeling that.
That's a good pivot, Kate. Kate, that's a tremendous pivot to what the segment is supposed to be about. So kudos to you for keeping us on track.
Because I didn't really have much more to say about the Rockies. The thick air. I was running out of stuff, Pat. That was save my own ass right there.
Yeah, well, I mean, how much could you really talk about the Rockies and the Nationals other than the fact that, true. You know, we're hoping to see 1 billion runs. But no, the best game of the night in baseball is the Red Sox and the O's at Fenway. Boston on a 13-game game winning streak. They were 37 at 48 at one point, and going into the break, they had won 9 in a row, and I wondered whether or not that was the worst possible thing for them. Well, apparently not, because they just 4 games swept the Rays over the weekend, and so now they're back at Fenway, 50 and 48. And you look at not only the AL East standings, which again the Rays still have one of the best records in baseball. So Boston is still 6 games back in the division, but this team was dead and buried in April. And when they fired Alex Cora, it looked like they were going to tank the season and lose 90 games, 95 games. They're 50 and 48. They currently hold the final spot in the wild card standings. They're a playoff team if the baseball season ended today, just like the Phillies. I mean, this is the season of the remarkable turnaround, Kate. I can already tell whether it's the Phillies or the Red Sox or maybe even the Astros, because that was my bold prediction to start the second half. Another team that looked dead and buried. They were, 14 games under 500. Correa out for the year. And the Astros, Red Sox, and the Phillies, 2 of them are playoff teams right now if the season ended today. Houston's like a game out of the AL West? I guarantee you one of those teams is going to be in the World Series this year, and we're going to talk about how, their season was over seemingly going into May, and now they've already resurrected it. We haven't even hit August yet, but you mentioned it. The Red Sox are down 1-0 right now, so you had an O'Neal ground rule double for the O's, and they've won 7 in a row. That's no slouch either. Shout out our guy PJ Glasser here, Kate. Baltimore's got their fans feeling like they could be a playoff team as well. So pretty impressive with Boston, though. Again, Garrett Crochet is injured, and they're doing it with a lineup that doesn't have a lot of household names. Wilson Contreras having himself a hell of a season. So is this sustainable, Kate? Because I know you've seen the Cubbies, who looked like a pretty damn good team going into the season. They've got 2 separate 10-game winning streaks, and they're a playoff team right now, but man, the injuries to that pitching staff have continued to mount. So with the Red Sox, Kate, do you think this is a legit team, or do you think this is just their heater of the season, and they're really not that great of a ball club?
Well, first of all, Pat, early on in the season, sometimes I think in baseball, we overreact to things. I don't think it was an overreaction to think that the Red Sox or the Phillies or the Astros were kind of dead in the water. They did not look like good baseball teams whatsoever. So it's been very impressive that they've resurrected their seasons. I don't necessarily think it's sustainable for the Red Sox to continue winning at this rate, but I certainly think it's still sustainable for them to be in wild card in contention for the wild card, right? That's certainly sustainable. I mean, they're getting good pitching despite some injuries. Their lineup has shown some depth throughout. They're putting runs on the board. It's not like they're winning a lot of these games 1-0, 2-0, 2-1 type of thing. They're scoring runs. So I do think some of this is sustainable. I don't necessarily think that they're going to continue to rip off a zillion more games or go on multiple, double-digit win streaks throughout the rest of the season. But they're playing good baseball right now, and baseball is kind of a game of momentum a little bit. When you're playing well and things are going well, it's you can kind of continue some of that. So I think that they'll be in contention for a wild card spot, for a playoff spot. But do I think that they're necessarily going to come back and win the AL East? Probably not. Can the Orioles do that? I would take the Red Sox over the O's if I were, to say which team can sustain this better. But I think it's certainly very impressive what they've done and how they've turned their season around. You just still have to, they still have to continue to pitch well. Their bullpen can be questioned at times. Things all still have to continue to trend in the right direction. But I think based on how they're playing right now, I don't see why they couldn't continue at least to have some sort of success. Obviously not maybe continue to win 13 more games, but or 13 more in a row, I should say.
Yeah, here's the thing for me. And I know it's one player, and I know that they've gone on this winning streak without him, but in order for me to consider them a legit threat to make the playoffs, I got to know when the hell is the next time Garrett Crochet is going to pitch. Again, he's on the 60-day IL. He's yet to resume a formal throwing program. He does not have a specific timetable for returning. I saw an article the other day that he has made, quote, drastic gains, but there's still no timetable yet to throw. Again, he's been dealing with left shoulder inflammation and lat tightness. He's been out since April 25th. It's 3 months later. He hasn't even started throwing yet, other than playing catch with weighted balls. So, when is the earliest Garrett Crochet comes back? In a month from now? We're talking about the end of August, and then maybe you're getting 5-6 starts out of him at the best case scenario.
That feels like
he's got. Go ahead.
Yeah, like late for them to. They need him back earlier than that.
Yeah, and I don't think they're gonna. Because think about it. He hasn't started throwing yet, like I said, other than playing catch with weighted balls. So normally you're talking about long tossing. You're talking about bullpen sessions. You're talking about throwing simulated games in bullpens. Then you have rehab stints, which for an injury that long, I would think they want at least three rehab starts in the minor leagues, where they're going to ramp him up, probably 40 pitches, then 50 pitches, then 60 pitches. And then maybe he makes a big league start and he's limited to still 70. That's a long time. He has not started throwing yet. I think the earliest you would see Garrett Crochet return is, again, 1 month from now, and that feels very optimistic. I think we're more so looking at September. And so can Boston continue to play this great of baseball? They are, but can they continue to do it without one of the best pitchers in all of baseball? I find it unlikely. That's why I don't see them as a playoff team. As great as they are right now, remember how bad they were, and remember how much baseball we still have to play. Maybe it's because I'm a Yankee fan. I'm not taking Boston seriously. Sorry.
Are you taking the Baltimore Orioles seriously?
No, I'm not taking them seriously either. I think they're mediocre teams that have gotten on their biggest runs of the year, and they're still barely, the Orioles are still below 500. The Red Sox are barely above 500.
Is that partly because that division, though? Like, if they were playing in the Central, those teams would be probably towards the top.
Yeah, it's partly the division, and I got a lot of confidence. The Yankees, who have been without Judge, they've been without Stanton, they've been without Max Fried, they've been without Carlos Rodon, they've been without Clark Schmidt has still not made his season debut. Those 5 guys are all coming back in the next couple of weeks here, and the Yankees have still managed to stay 11 games over 500, and they have the best run differential in the American League. Yeah, I feel good about the Yankees. The Rays, it doesn't feel like they're going to slow down. They've been a great team from the start of the year to finish, and they've lost 5 in a row, and they're still 14 games above 500. So, yeah, I feel like those two teams are finishing 1 and 2 in the division, and then somebody's got to win the Central. Somebody's got to win the West. So then, yeah, again, that leaves you with 2 spots up for the wild card. And you can make the case for just about anybody in the American League outside of the division leaders. So, again, they could be playoff teams, but I find it highly unlikely that they're going to play well enough the rest of the season that both will be. And again, especially when it comes to the Red Sox, they're as hot as they can be right now. They're 2 games over 500. Their ace is not coming back for at least a month. I don't believe in them. So maybe they'll prove me wrong, but I just think this is going to be the highlight of their season whenever this winning streak ends. 310-840-4910. Take a short break. We'll talk some more baseball when we return. Is there any doubt about who the best catcher in Major League Baseball is right now? I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. We'll take your calls. We'll take your texts. And we'll give you a scoreboard update as well when we return on a very, very juicy Monday night in baseball. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
What am I missing with Justin Herbert? Because I have a theory. I'm not saying that Justin Herbert is a COVID creation, but I'm telling you that his best seasons happened during COVID. And once we came out on the other side of it, and once we came out with now fans and the games are regular and back to where they were, he's never hit those ceilings again. His first season in the league, Justin Herbert threw for 31 touchdown passes. It is important to note there were no fans in the stands during these games. In 2021, Justin Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdown passes. That was still that weird hybrid period where some teams had fans, some teams had limited fans, some teams were doing that. We didn't get back normal, in my opinion, in the NFL and really around the world. We didn't get back normal until 2022. So the 2020 stats, I think if you look at the passing numbers, way up in 2020, 2021, the exact same deal. Since then, the last 4 years with Justin Herbert, he has thrown 25 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown passes, 23 and 26. He has not won a playoff game. He has not won his division. You know what? Justin Herbert is Sam Darnold with the better agent. That's who he is. If you look at his numbers, if you put them up against the board and I show you what this quarterback has done and what this quarterback has done, I'm telling you, he is Kyler Murray who drank more milk as a kid. That's who Justin Herbert has been for the large majority of his life in the National Football League. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just not seeing what everybody else is seeing.
As far as a team that I think could be undersold right now, how about the New Orleans Saints? You know, I feel like that division amongst all of them is probably the most up for grabs. You could make a case for Tampa. You could make a case for Carolina, but I don't know that either one of them are so strong that you feel really good about it. And the way New Orleans played at the end of last year, you know, granted the 1-8 start or whatever it was, certainly gave us an idea of where they were starting from. But I felt like Tyler Shuck really kind of turned the corner a little bit and could be in line for a big statistical season. Jordan Tyson they draft, Chris Olave they bring back, and Kamara they kept in the fold along with Travis Etienne. And, you know, defensively, I think they were pretty darn good down the stretch, added a few pieces, but most of the focus seemed to be on offense, you know, just buttressing the whole thing around their second-year quarterback. So, you know, they're a team that I think could surprise some people and you know, kind of pull an 11-win season out of thin air, seemingly. So, you know, again, like the Jaguars did last year, I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans ends up beefing up their win total by a significant amount and possibly stealing that division.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Get you a scoreboard update on things going on right now. in just a bit. But, Kate, I don't know if you saw this. Hunter Goodman, we were talking about the Rockies over the weekend and all the runs in Coors Field tonight, 100 degrees, ball should fly. Hunter Goodman, second 3-home run game of the season over the weekend. Are we looking at the best catcher in baseball here all of a sudden? 3 home runs yesterday with 5 ribbies. Now, he had not hit a home run since then, since July 1st. But you look at the season, and again, I know he plays at Coors Field. He's hitting .257, 30 home runs. That's third in all of baseball. 56 RBIs, and an .886 OPS. Is Hunter Goodman becoming, already is, the best catcher in baseball? And secondarily, how long before the Rockies trade him? Because that feels like a very Colorado Rockies thing to do. But I don't know, Kate, when we're talking about who's the best catcher in baseball right now, does Hunter Goodman have to be in that conversation?
I think he's starting to enter the conversation. I think you could say he's the most explosive hitter right now at the position. But I'm not sure, like, yeah, 3 homer games, it's extremely impressive. Like, don't get me wrong at all. But does that automatically make you the best at the position because you had 2 really, really good games? I'm going to go ahead and say no. I don't think he's the best at the position because of that. I think he's a pretty damn good hitter. And I think playing at Coors Field helps some of his numbers. But he still strikes out quite a bit as well. So he's a really good catcher. He's entering kind of that conversation, but I'm not sure he's there yet just because of those 2 3-homer games, as impressive as those are. Like, you really can't take that away from the guy.
Yeah, and again, he doesn't rank, at least what I've seen, he doesn't rank all that high in defensive metrics. Patrick Bailey from the Giants is a multiple-time Gold Glove winner. Alejandro Kirk, as much as Combs and I were making fun of him, how the hell he was an all-star because of the fan voting, which was what it was. But, you know, with the season he's having, he doesn't deserve to be an all-star, but had a great year last year, and he's one of the best defensive catchers in baseball. Adley Rutschman as well. Dylan Dingler, former Gold Glove winner. And honestly, like, Dylan Dingler probably deserves to be in that conversation as much as Hunter Goodman or anybody else. I mean, he's having a hell of a season. He leads all catchers in baseball. He's got 60 ribbies. He's hitting .260, 826 OPS. Can't forget Drake Baldwin as well from Atlanta, reigning National League Rookie of the Year, having a really great season again. Langoliers is up there, but and again, Hunter Goodman strikes out like it's nobody's business. 125 strikeouts in 346 at-bats. So he strikes out more than 1 out of every 3. The power, though, is just unmatched. So I don't know if I would call him the best catcher in baseball, but, you know, again, you have multiple 3-home run games in one season, only player in Rockies history to do that. Your power, yeah, it's up there, whether or not your stadium helps it or not. So I think, this season has definitely put him on the map with some of the best catchers in baseball. All right, let's get a couple of quick scoreboard updates here. Kate, we were wondering about the Phillies and the Dodgers with Sanchez on the mound and the Dodgers being underdogs. Well, the Phillies finally got him some run support. Trey Turner just went deep. I'm watching the game because it's on national TV. They are pounding Emmett Sheehan. It's 4-0 Phillies right now. And the Dodgers had bases loaded in the first inning and couldn't cash in. And now they're in a big, big hole.
And, yep. So maybe the blind bet on the Dodgers, Pat, maybe that wasn't the way to go with this one tonight. But I will say, Brian Reynolds, he got a hit. I'm streaking, Pat, right now.
Bang. Nice.
Taking it off. We're going streaking.
There you go. So Kate is already on to tomorrow or the next show. She's in the books with a W, with a hit. I saw Ozzy Albies and both Matt Olson, me and Lee's picks, both from the Braves, did not get knocks in their first go around. So hoping
and Joe Ryan's
for some reversal.
Lit up right now.
Who's getting lit up?
Joe Ryan. Not a great night for him.
All right, we'll get an update on Let's Go Streaking and get you plenty of baseball scores when we return. And who knows, we might have LeBron making a decision. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, it was everything I thought it would be with the way they were controlling the tempo. And people like to highlight their defensive side of things. The defense, honestly, was never really under pressure because the midfield had the ball the entire time and they were controlling it. That's why Rodri ends up getting the golden ball. And Pedri is another great player who plays for Barcelona. He's on the bench. So, like, when your team is that good and you're able to sit a player like that and still be in control of games, I'm not really surprised. To many people, I'm not sure if you've heard about it, the final was really that semifinal between France and Spain, that the team that was going to win that one was going to win the tournament. It didn't matter if England came out on the other side. Mentally, they're on a different level. Talent-wise, they're on a different level. And you're right, Argentina, if Enzo Fernandez wasn't stupid towards the end of regulation there and getting that red card, imagine they were on even strength towards stoppage time in the second half of extra time. They could have had a chance. And to your point, you were right. That's the only time that they did anything. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen in a final anywhere. And it probably was the worst World Cup final performance. But that's also how good Spain is, on top of how much Messi dragged Argentina to this final and how they were squeaking on by with a lot of results. It's not like they were doing anything in terms of dominating each knockout stage.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The answer to the question everybody wants to know. LeBron, what's your decision?
In this fall, man, this is very tough. In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
I don't know if you guys know what happened in the last month with me deciding to come back and play here. It's people that came to me and said, LeBron, you got to do what makes you happy. And I was like, yeah, I think so.
We've got breaking news. LeBron is a Laker.
LeBron James is a Los Angeles Laker for what ought to occupy the final act of his NBA story.
4-year, $154 million max deal. That's what he can sign in LA. Likely an opt-out after 3 years that could put him back in free agency or negotiate a new deal.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brad Evans off all week. Kate Constable with me tonight here on this Monday. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Monday night get-together kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates, 100 decisions. Hopefully we're going to get a decision here in the next couple of minutes. But you can listen to the show on hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Do we get a LeBron James decision here in the next couple of minutes? Where is he going? Any final predictions? Pat Beverly was saying it's going to be today at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is right now. We got some other people reporting that we got a decision coming tonight. What do you think? Last chance to get your prediction in. 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. 310-840-4910. That was nicely done there. Nicely produced by Brandon Combs, producer of this program here. Kate, well, from the time where he made the first decision with the Miami Heat to then the breaking news that he was a Laker and coming home to Cleveland and whatnot, and the various ways that we have found out about that. Look, we're not getting LeBron getting interviewed here by Jim Gray. Well, LeBron, a lot of folks want to know, so what's the decision? We're not getting that, and nor should we, because this is not nearly as big as when he went to the Miami Heat. This is maybe one final year, if not at most 2 final years for LeBron. He is no longer currently a top 5 player in the NBA. I still think I don't think you can name more than 35 players that in this season will be better than LeBron, but still, he could be the finishing piece for the Philadelphia 76ers after the massive Jaylen Brown trade. He could be the finishing piece for the Cleveland Cavaliers, who got crushed, although maybe they analytically won that series against my Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals, but they did lose 4-0, and 2 of them were not even remotely close. But still, got to the conference finals. LeBron, could he come home one more final time and be the finishing piece? Could he join up with Giannis and open up that second chapter in Miami and join Giannis and Bam and make the Heat a legit contender to win the title? Or does he go to Golden State? Those feel like the 4 popular teams. I've been saying for weeks now, Kate, it's either going to be the Warriors or the Cavs. And for the last 2 weeks, I'm saying it's going to be the Golden State Warriors. That's been my prediction. Although I did say the best chance for him to win a title would be in Philadelphia. We might be closing in the next couple of minutes. Maybe it's an Instagram post. Maybe it's a post across all the social media channels. Maybe it's a video post. Maybe it's just a picture. I have no idea how it's going to happen, but we could be in the final minutes here before a LeBron James decision is made on where he's going to play this season and maybe next season. So, Kate, I said it on Friday. I'm fed up with it. I just need a decision already. I hope we're going to get it here in the next couple of minutes, because if we do this segment here and the rest of the show, we're waiting and we don't get it, I'm going to blow a gasket. Kate, your thoughts on the final possible moments here before LeBron James makes his decision, and where do you think he's going?
I don't think we're getting a decision tonight, Pat. I hate to tell you. I don't think we are. I think LeBron's going to wait until more World Cup kind of conversation dissipates a little bit, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I just don't see it coming tonight, despite the reporting from Pat Beverly. But when it does come, I think he's going to Philly. I think he's going to end up with the 76ers. And I think that's come to fruition since the Jaylen Brown trade. I don't necessarily think that was on his radar prior to that. But if LeBron's prioritizing a few different things in his next decision, which he said is, his happiness, his family, playing golf, all of those things that go into happiness, along with winning a championship, I think the best situation is Philadelphia, because you could go to Miami and play alongside Giannis, but that's still kind of a funky roster that you have. I mean, is LeBron and Giannis, as crazy as it sounds, enough to win you a championship? Yeah, you add Bam Adebayo in there as well, and you've got some good role players. But with where you said, LeBron, a top 30 player in the league right now, I think you need a little bit more than Giannis and LeBron and Bam. And that's not necessarily to say that you need like another superstar or another like high level contributor, but I think you need more depth than that Miami Heat team has in order to win a title. Because let's not forget, LeBron is in his 40s. Giannis has an injury history. And I know, no one has a better injury history than Joel Embiid. But you have Tyrese Maxey, you have Jaylen Brown, you have a young player in VJ Edgecombe. So I think that whenever LeBron does make his decision, and Pat, this might almost be worse than the actual decision that he made when he was going to, like, the whole process of the quote unquote decision announcement going to Miami. Like, this is almost worse. This is just getting to the point where it's just annoying. I saw someone on social media say this is the indecision because he's so indecisive. And I'm sure LeBron knows where he's going, but he's just stringing us all along. Like, this is more annoying than that actual ESPN special where he sat down and said, not two, not three. Like, this is, I'm more annoyed of this than I am of that decision back in the day. I just want to know, let's move on. Like, yeah, we don't have a whole lot to talk about right now in the summer other than baseball going on right now. World Cup's over, golf major's over. Like, maybe we need the conversation, but do we? I'm just ready for LeBron just to tell us and we can all be over it.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're only talking about it because Pat Beverly tweeted this morning. Rumor has it, Bron makes his decision today. So, you know what? That's who we really have to be angry with. It's Pat Beverly's lying ass if there is no decision today. Because why would he say that? Why would he say that? Why would Pat Beverly say that if it's actually not going to happen? So that's the Pitchfork Emporium, as I like to call it. Whenever there's a group of angry people towards someone, Kate, the Pitchfork Emporium, that's who that they should be marching towards Pat Beverly if he's wrong, because that's annoying. And I know I saw Shams on TV say today that he spoke to Rich Paul this morning and that there is no timetable for a LeBron decision. I tell you what, this much: I don't trust anything that Shams says. I don't trust a damn word, because I don't think he has any real knowledge of what's going on other than, you know, when he says that he speaks to Rich Paul. I think LeBron is not giving this information to Shams. He is not going to let Shams break this news. I think Shams realizes that. I think this is coming from LeBron. It's coming via a social media post, whether it's a picture, whether it's a video. It's probably just going to be a graphic with him with the next jersey and where he's going, and he's going to hit send, and that's going to be it. I think that's how we're going to find out. But yeah, I mean, do we? I don't know. I don't think we do. You know, again, Adam Silver wants him to make a decision. You know, when the commissioner of the league is publicly frustrated with you when you're LeBron James, I mean, we're not talking about I'm trying to make I'm not trying to disrespect any player here. We're not talking about James Harden making this decision here at his age and zero championships. You know, we're not talking. I mean, even if Kawhi Leonard did this, if we're wondering how long Kawhi Leonard's going to hold out before he picks a team, there's not this much reaction. It's because, yes, it is LeBron, and however good or not elite you think he is anymore, think about the teams he is going to be joining. If it's Golden State, that's probably the least chances of a title, but it's him, it's Steph, it's Draymond, it's the Unction, it's Jimmy Butler, it's Porzingis. That's got storylines written all over it. That's cinema, if you ask me. LeBron and Steph teaming up, no matter what the actual chances of them winning a title are. Think about how many casual fans are going to watch Warriors games, how often they will be put on national TV because it is LeBron and Steph. If it's the Sixers, again, I think the Sixers and the Cavs, those are the two best realistic chances of winning a title, because the only team they have to go through is my New York Knicks versus in the West. We know how good Wemby and the Spurs are going to be, and we know how damn good SGA and the Thunder are going to be. That's two teams that are going to easily probably win 60 games this year that you have to go through versus the East, which seems, yes, very baseline competitive and deep, but there's only the Knicks that are that elite of the elite. So we'll see. But yeah, Adam Silver was basically said, quote, he said, quote, I would like him to make his announcement already so we can finish the schedule, because as you might imagine, the teams are calling us, the networks are calling us, and everybody wants to lock in the schedule, but it will influence how we set the schedule, how we set opening week, Christmas Day, etc. And then you have Brian Windhorst, who, you know, again, can't get closer to LeBron's ass if he tried, basically said that LeBron does not care about Adam Silver voicing his concerns about LeBron holding up the NBA schedule. And Windhorst said, quote, he will make them wait until he is good and ready to make a decision. So, yeah, I want the decision because I want it to be over. I want to just be able to, like, finalize in my brain what these other teams are going to look like with the schedule, you know, only about 2 weeks away from coming out. But, yeah, it's annoying. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's super annoying. And I agree. I don't think LeBron cares about the schedule or Adam Silver or helping out the league or anything like that. He's going to do what he wants to do. And what LeBron wants to do is let everyone talk about him throughout the entire summer, right? Like, as good as, like, LeBron is such a, I mean, this younger generation thinks LeBron is the greatest player of all time. A lot of the older generation thinks Michael Jordan, whatever. LeBron's one of the best players of all time. LeBron is also one of the more annoying players of all time in how he likes to drag things out. He said, he keeps saying it like there's so much to think about and take into account in terms of like play style and how teams are going to use him, how he's going to fit in with his family, his daughter's volleyball, all this stuff. The decision has been made. Why don't you just come out and say it? The reason you're not coming out and saying it isn't because you haven't made up your mind. It's because he kind of likes everyone hanging on every last word and talking about him and the league, him holding up the league and all of that stuff. So I agree with you. I do think that entertainment wise, Warriors would be so much fun. How cool would it be for Steph and LeBron to take the court every night? Jimmy, when he comes back, like those three veterans, like that would be really fun. We saw LeBron and Steph during the Olympics. That was awesome entertainment. Like the two of them would be drinking wine after games, right? Like maybe they start a little wine podcast type of deal. Like all of those things. That would be really fun in Golden State. Is he going to win a title in Golden State? Probably not. But also, like, if he's prioritizing his family and being close to them, I don't know how many times I've heard this. It's only a 45-minute flight for LeBron to hop on the PJ to get from Golden State back to LA to watch Zuri play volleyball. All of that, like, those are all things to take into consideration. I don't think he's winning a title in Golden State. Entertainment-wise, that's where I would like him to go. If he wants to win a title, I think he has to go to Philly. And I don't think he goes back to Cleveland. I think that chapter is done and closed. But I don't think he's doing himself any favors with the Cleveland fans right now, kind of keeping them on edge and keeping them waiting on whether or not he should be or he is coming back. Because if he's getting Cleveland fans' hopes up, all of a sudden he's going to stomp on their hearts. And that's going to be not quite as bad by any means as leaving Cleveland to go to Miami. But like to get fans' hopes up, to get young kids' hopes up that you might be going home, might be playing at Cleveland again, all just to kind of rip that out from under him. I don't think he's doing any favors in that sense if he doesn't choose Cleveland, which I don't think he's going to.
And let me ask you a question, and this is not to be again disrespectful, because I do think LeBron is the second greatest player of all time, and I do think for this particular season there are not more than 30, 35 players in the NBA that are better than him or more impactful on a night-to-night basis, plus all the postseason experience that he does carry, which will be a factor for basically any of these teams that he does join. Because he was tremendous in the series against the Rockets. He was great in the series against the Thunder. I know they got swept, but he was freaking good. So, yeah, I mean, you could sit like postseason players. There's probably not more than 20 players that I would take. But,
yeah,
do you think? Like, do Cavs fans want him? They have to, right? Because they're not good enough to win a title. They need LeBron to be that finishing piece. So, yeah, I think you said you feel like Cavs fans are going to be angry if he doesn't choose them. I mean, again, he did go back and win a title.
I think more so just in the manner in which how he's doing this, Pat. Like, he's kind of dangling it in front of their face, and there's so many rumors of it's Cleveland, it's Miami, it's Philly. Like, to dangle that in front of Cavs fans' faces and then not to. And I'm more talking about like young fans who like have fallen in love with LeBron, like the kids, not the older adult fans that kind of understand the reality of it all. But like, if you're a fifth grader and you're like, LeBron might come back, and you buy you wear your LeBron jersey to school every day, and he's making it a possibility in your mind, getting your hopes up, and then all of a sudden, taking the rug out from under you. That's what I feel like that for the younger fans. That's probably not an ideal situation for them.
Yeah, that's fair. But then again, screw the kids. F them kids,
that's probably true.
Why do I give a damn?
Yeah.
I've watched LeBron's entire career. I watched him, take my heart and stomp on it when I was a Knicks fan that thought he was actually going to come to the Garden. And you know who's gotten a title since? Me. And yeah, I mean, LeBron's gotten like 4 titles since, so whatever. But I got my championship as a Knicks fan, so I don't give a damn what the kids think. The Zoomers and the 13-year-olds about where LeBron's going to go. You missed it. The real decision was 15 years ago. You had to be there for that. No, but I don't give a damn. I do give a damn. I give a damn because I do a sports radio show, Kate. That's why I give a damn.
Yeah.
Honestly, and maybe I'm not supposed to say this. I got to be honest. if I didn't do a show every day, I wouldn't follow a single freaking story. I wouldn't follow a single freaking story about this, about LeBron picking his next team. Just wake me up. Give me the LeBron post, or give me the Shams tweet. Give me whatever when it happens. I couldn't care less. All of free agency has happened. He is the only domino that's left to fall. But I do a show 5 hours a day. And so, yes, when we get Adam Silver basically calling LeBron out, and then we get Pat Beverly saying a decision's coming tonight, and we're waiting on pins and needles for show purposes, it pisses me off.
Yeah, it's like LeBron is basically following LeBron is like our job, right? I'm with you. I don't really care. Like, I just want to know the outcome, and then I can react and make my own opinions and like figure out, who I think is going to win next year, who the best team in the East is going to be. But like at this point, like, I don't know. I'm with you. We have to follow it. We have to care about it because it's our job to talk about it. But outside of that, like, I just want to know the answer. I don't really care how we get there. I don't care what LeBron's reasonings are. I just want, like, once we know where he's going, then that gets me excited about looking forward towards the start of next season and who could potentially win and what those storylines are. But like, let's just figure it out, dude. I don't know. I'm over it.
So you think it's the Sixers, though?
Yeah, I do.
All right, and I'm still sticking with my prediction. I think it's the Warriors. So let's see. We'll find out. In the meantime, the show will roll on. We're going to talk some football because we've got a couple teams in training camp, and we'll have the entire league in training camp in the next 7 to 8 days here. So we're getting close, baby. We're getting real close. That Hall of Fame game is like literally like 13 days away. Give it to me.
No,
I don't give a damn. I mean, last year it was Trey Lance under center, and I loved it. So when we come back, one of the best divisions, if not the best division in all of football, and one that's going to hold a lot of weight with the folks on this show around here, the NFC North. Should the Lions be favored to win the division? The Lions. We'll find out with debate when we come back. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What am I missing with Justin Herbert? Because I have a theory. I'm not saying that Justin Herbert is a COVID creation, but I'm telling you that his best seasons happened during COVID. And once we came out on the other side of it, and once we came out with now fans and the games are regular and back to where they were, he's never hit those ceilings again. His first season in the league, Justin Herbert threw for 31 touchdown passes. It is important to note there were no fans in the stands during these games. In 2021, Justin Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdown passes. That was still that weird hybrid period where some teams had fans, some teams had limited fans, some teams were doing that. We didn't get back normal, in my opinion, in the NFL and really around the world. We didn't get back normal until 2022. So the 2020 stats, I think if you look at the passing numbers, way up in 2020, 2021, the exact same deal. Since then, the last 4 years with Justin Herbert, he has thrown 25 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown passes, 23 and 26. He has not won a playoff game. He has not won his division. You know what? Justin Herbert is Sam Darnold with the better agent. That's who he is. If you look at his numbers, if you put them up against the board and I show you what this quarterback has done and what this quarterback has done, I'm telling you, he is Kyler Murray who drank more milk as a kid. That's who Justin Herbert has been for the large majority of his life in the National Football League. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just not seeing what everybody else is seeing.
as far as a team that I think could be undersold right now, how about the New Orleans Saints? I feel like that division amongst all of them is probably the most up for grabs. You could make a case for Tampa. You could make a case for Carolina, but I don't know that either one of them are so strong that you feel really good about it. And the way New Orleans played at the end of last year, granted the 1-8 start or whatever it was, certainly gave us an idea of where they were starting from. But I felt like Tyler Shuck really kind of turned the corner a little bit and could be in line for a big statistical season. Jordan Tyson they draft, Chris Olave they bring back, and Kamara they kept in the fold along with Travis Etienne. And, defensively, I think they were pretty darn good down the stretch, added a few pieces, but most of the focus seemed to be on offense, just buttressing the whole thing around their second-year quarterback. So, they're a team that I think could surprise some people and kind of pull an 11-win season out of thin air, seemingly. So, again, like the Jaguars did last year, I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans ends up beefing up their win total by a significant amount and possibly stealing that division.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Let's get you a quick baseball scoreboard update here before we pivot and talk some football. Waiting on LeBron's decision. We're not going to wait all damn show. So if you like runs and you like home runs, Kate, tonight might be the night for you, especially with the games that we previewed here. Guardians Twins, very interesting series, very juicy series in that very crowded and packed AL Central. We talked about how good Joe Ryan has been this game. How about he's given up 5 home runs tonight? 5 in one game. 4 innings, 10 hits, 8 runs allowed for a guy that entered the game with a 2.85 ERA. That has ballooned more than half a point. Guardians lead the Twins 9-2. They've got home runs from Rocchio, Hoskins, Halpin, Bazana, Hoskins again, Halpin again. I mean, they smashed Joe Ryan, and they're smashing the Twins 9-2. What a night for the Guardians. A lot of home runs.
I mean, what a night for Joe Ryan, or lack there. Oh boy, that is a brutal, brutal outing. So much for my handicap of, well, Twins have the pitching advantage tonight with Joe Ryan on the mound. Yeah, that crashed and burned pretty quick. That's brutal. And the total in this game was 7.5. They had 8 runs in the second inning combined. So if you bet the over in Cleveland and Minnesota, that was an easy win for you.
Yes, you are correct. I mean, that's talk about sweat-free. Phillies lead the Dodgers 4-1. They had a big second inning against them at Sheehan. Had a Rincona's double, sac fly, and then a 2-run bomb from Trey Turner. Dodgers got one back on a double play, but Christopher Sanchez looking pretty darn good tonight. 4 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 6 strikeouts. Phillies lead the Dodgers 4-1 in the bottom of the fourth. And again, Shohei Ohtani scratched already from his start that he was going to make in this series. Yankees and the Pirates. It's looking like doesn't look like a football score, but definitely doesn't look like a baseball score in the fourth inning. 8-5 Yankees in the fourth inning. Jazz Chisholm's already got 2 bombs and 5 RBIs. Braxton Hashcraft, 3 innings, 9 hits, 7 runs. And Ryan Weathers, not too much better. 3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, 5 earned runs. But again, Yankees winning a slugfest, 8-5 in the Bronx. And then let's get one more quick update here because we talked about the Red Sox, winners of 13 in a row entering tonight, and the Orioles, winners of 7 in a row. Something had to give. This has been a good one. It's been back and forth. Baltimore jumped up early. Red Sox then scored 3 unanswered to take the lead back. Sack fly, an infield single, a double, and then you had a solo shot from Christian Encarnacion Strand. So it's 3-2 Red Sox right now in the top of the 6th. They're trying to make it 14 straight wins. And because it's definitely worth mentioning the Miz on the mound tonight. The Brewers lead the Mets 3-1. Freddie Peralta going up against his former team, and I thought maybe this would be enough to snap him out of a funk. No, he's already given up a 3 spot. Turang with a double, Mitchell with a single, and then Pratt with a home run. The Mets did score a run off Jacob Mizorowski, but it was unearned because the Brewers made an error in the inning that the Mets scored their run the last half inning. So 3 innings, 3 hits, no earned for the Miz, and 5 strikeouts. Feels like that's the only runs he gives up, Kate, is when they're unearned because his defense screws up.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm sorry, Pat. I'm distracted here because I'm trying to figure out why this Cubs game is delayed when I live about half a mile from Wrigley Field and I don't know what's going on. There's no weather going on. Like, why are we delayed?
Combs put in our show chat an hour ago. Cubs Tigers might get banged, already delayed, but there's another band of storms coming through an hour or so after these end. But you are in the Windy City, and you're saying you're looking out your window when you got nothing, huh?
The sky looks a little funky, so like maybe it's coming, but there's nothing right now. So I don't know. But yeah, in terms of the Miz, like, yeah, he doesn't give up anything. It's his defense that gives up stuff. I'm with you there.
I'm glad you're with me. Again, that's funny because the only people that get to be wrong more than us, sports talk radio hosts, people that talk about, we're not really a sports betting show, but BetMGM does sponsor the title of the show. So the only people that get to be wrong more than us are the weathermen and the weatherwoman.
Yep.
And could they be wrong? Kate, I don't know. I guess we're going to find out in short order. But yeah, that is why the Cubbies game is delayed. And Combs says radar doesn't look good. The radar didn't look good in my neck of the woods on Saturday. It was a big red for like 2 hours straight. It barely rained. My one friend we were gonna do something on Saturday. He's like, "Oh, dude, I just got like the flash flood warning and the tornado warning." There was nothing. Yeah. So trust me, I normally rely on the radar, but that radar ain't always right.
First pitch, 7:35 for the Cubbies.
There you go. That's 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes. There we go. Getting
Play ball, baby.
underway. Play ball. Gotta love it.
All right, let's talk a little football. So we've got, let's see, when do your Bears start training camp? Kate, do you know the date off the top of your head?
That's a good question. Training camp scheduled the 27th. That's
looks like veterans reporting on July 28th. So that is, that's all right. So they got another week.
About a week.
You got another week
Which is
here.
like football's here, Pat. Are you for real that like the Hall of Fame game is in 13 days?
Let's see.
It's always the first weekend.
It's Thursday, August 6th. So that's 17 days. So a little bit further. I'm kind of pushing a lot of these dates up. I feel like everybody's in training camp like this week or like the beginning. There's most teams. It's like the 28th, 27th, 28th, 29th. So we're about
right around
week.
the corner.
I mean, again, a couple of teams had their rookies report over the weekend, so that's exciting. But yeah, football is around the corner. I need it here now. Need it here now. And I need it here now, Kate, because amongst many other things, I just need to find out how right I'm going to be, because I am going to be right. But I need to find out how right I'm going to be on Caleb Williams and the Bears taking a big step back this year, especially with that defense, a defense that relied completely on interceptions and fourth quarter comebacks and miracle 2-minute, game-winning drives. So I need to know how right I'm going to be. Like, are the Bears just going to flat out miss the playoffs, which I think is coming here? Or could I be dead wrong and they will defend their division title? The Detroit Lions are favored to win this division. The Bears have the third longest odds here, Kate. And how confident, I feel like I've asked you this a little bit in passing a couple weeks ago, but we're right up against it here for training camp. Now that the team is fully together, there's no more moves to be made. Everybody's in order. Everybody's in place. How confident are you ahead of this Chicago Bears season here?
I am kind of with you, Pat. I'm not super confident. I'm confident that we have the quarterback, we have the coach, that duo, and I'm confident in a lot of our other players and personnel on this team. But it's not that easy in the National Football League, right? It never is. And all of a sudden, you go from being a team that hasn't won much over the last couple of seasons, outside obviously of last year, to being a team that won the division last year and is now having a significantly more difficult schedule. They have one of the hardest schedules in the league. Everyone's coming after them. And then the way that the Bears won a bunch of games last year, which was, last minute fourth quarter comeback type of things. And you mentioned all the takeaways on the defensive side of the ball. Those things have to be replicated in order to have a similar season as they did this past year. And it's just not that easy. It doesn't happen like that. So I think there's also Drew Dahlman retiring at center. I think that's a big deal for the Bears. And how does that adjust the offensive line and the way Caleb operates, and are things as smooth that? Those types of things that give me pause and a reason for question for this Bears team, especially because I think this is one of the most difficult divisions in all of football right now. The Lions, they finished last in the division last year. I don't think the Lions are necessarily a last place team in the division, but is it the Packers? We know you love Jordan Love. I think the Vikings, they won 9 games with JJ McCarthy last year. If you have Kyler Murray, and I have a lot of faith and respect for KOC, if JJ McCarthy can win 9 games, can Kyler Murray win 10, 11? Where does that put them in the division? And all of a sudden, you can't have multiple teams in the division winning double-digit games. Someone has to be losing, and maybe that could be the Chicago Bears this year, as much as I really hope it's not.
Yeah, and here's the thing, and I know but I know just for the sake of brevity in the argument here, I know JJ McCarthy did not win 9 games, and the Vikings, they were 4-8. And they were done and cooked, and then won 5 games in a row against the Commanders without Jaden Daniels, the Cowboys, the Giants with did Jackson Dart play in that game?
Probably not.
He did.
That was later in the season.
He went 7.
He? Oh, okay.
That was the game. That was the game. Jackson Dart went 7 of 13 for 33 yards. That was one of the worst games of football I've ever watched in my life. It was one of the worst games of football I've ever seen in my entire life. They won that game. They beat the Lions on Christmas Day. I give them that because the Lions, their season was on the line, and Max Brosmer played, and he threw for 51 yards, and the Vikings defense absolutely annihilated Detroit. And then it was a meaningless game for both them and Green Bay, and they won 16-3 with the Packers playing nobody. So, again, great. You look back, they're 9-8. The Vikings went 9-8 with how bad JJ McCarthy was. Let's remember how meaningless those last 5 games were for them. That being said, and I'm not a big believer in Kyler Murray, but he is an upgrade to JJ McCarthy. That's for damn sure. Brian Flores and that defense, they took some steps back last year, but I still believe Brian Flores can cook up some disguises. He's going to still bring the blitz, and if they have the players that can get home and they have a decent pass rush, they're going to be solid. They're going to be dangerous, and they still have Justin Jefferson, and they have Jordan Addison, and they've got a halfway decent run game. So, I feel like the Vikings, they've got the worst odds to win the division. And again, I'm going to say it. I'm not a believer in Kyler Murray. I don't think he's that good. But I could see myself being wrong on the Vikings and them winning 10, 11 games this year because Kyler Murray actually is somewhat serviceable and knows how to throw the football. So that's the team I feel like should be getting talked about more. And then just as in the same vein, but on the opposite side of the spectrum, like, do the Lions really deserve to be the favorite in this division with how many pieces they lost on that offensive line? And their defense seemingly never stays healthy, Kate. Like, I love Dan Campbell. And I think Jared Goff is criminally underrated, and they've got as good as weapons as anybody, especially with Jahmyr Gibbs. But they're like, should the Lions really be favored to win this division?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't know about that. I don't know about favored. That is a lot of questions in their secondary right now as well. Like, you have Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph who are dealing with injuries even going into the season. Terry and Arnold, you released. Like, yeah, there are a lot of question marks for the Lions. And I want to know, I agree with you that Jared Goff is underrated and a lot of people don't give him the respect that he maybe deserves. But also, like, he really did not have a great season last year with Ben Johnson leaving. I think this season is going to tell us a whole lot about, does he need Ben Johnson to have the type of success that the Lions had when Johnson was their offensive coordinator and Goff was having great seasons? Or is he still able to produce at that level, given maybe a somewhat of a little bit of a down year last year with Johnson being gone last year? So that's what we're going to find out. I mean, David Montgomery's gone. Does that change the way this offense operates a little bit? And I know Montgomery is essentially gone because he was hardly getting any touches last year. And the Lions are like, okay, well, I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, like, you got Jahmyr Gibbs, you're good. But like, there are some personnel changes for this Lions team that you just kind of wonder, did they kind of reach their peak in those seasons where they won however many games it was, 11, 12 games? I kind of wonder if we're still trying to hang on, or the books are kind of hanging on to those seasons in which the Lions looked so dominant, and are they still that same team?
Yeah, that is true. And look, the one thing I will disagree with is, Jared Goff maybe, and I'm not just a box score watcher here, because I do remember him, especially that game on Christmas. God, he was terrible. He did not know how to handle that blitz against Minnesota. But he had a run from week 13 to week 16, 4-game stretch that kept Detroit alive despite their defense being in shambles. 4-game stretch against the Packers, the Cowboys, the Rams, and the Steelers, where Jared Goff, in those 4 games, he averaged 317 passing yards, and he had 9 touchdowns and 0 turnovers. And for the season, he basically had the same exact amount of passing yards as he's had in the last 4 years. He had right in the middle of the average of the passing touchdowns he's thrown for in the last 3 years, and he had the fewest interceptions he's thrown in the last 3 years. So I can make the argument, did Jared Goff, was he actually the same, if not better, without Ben Johnson? And that it was just that their defense was so terrible. They were a top 5 offense. And remember, they basically got rid of their offensive coordinator like halfway through the year, and Dan Campbell was calling plays.
That's
Dan
right.
Campbell as good of an offensive genius as Ben Johnson is what I really want to know, Kate.
I forgot that they switched they didn't fire him.
Yeah, halfway through the season, John Morton was their OC, and Dan Campbell was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to call the plays. Like, no disrespect, but I'm going to call the plays here. And then they fired him at the end of the year.
That's right. So Drew,
he's the pass game coordinator now for the Broncos.
Drew Petzing is the offensive coordinator for the Lions. Is he calling plays, or is Campbell going to continue to call plays? Do we know the answer to that?
I don't think we've gotten an official ruling, but I would venture to say with pretty good confidence that Drew Petzing is going to call the plays. I mean, he did it the last couple of years for Arizona, and I don't think you bring in a guy like him if he's not going to call the plays.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's
see if Dan Campbell has said anything official on this. Don't think we've gotten any quotes from him. Although, I don't think we've gotten any quotes from him. I think this is just a lot of reporting and a lot of what folks in Detroit think is going to happen.
When you have
So
Jahmyr Gibbs and you have Amon-Ra St. Brown and you have Jamison Williams and Sam Laporta, like, you have enough talent on the team to win games. So maybe that is more of the reason. And then also the fact that they have a last place schedule because they finished last in the division. Like, that's probably more so of where the odds have them as the favorite to win the division, is when you have a fairly easy schedule for a team that doesn't necessarily they're not your typical last place team in the division. They're not they're not your Jets. They're not your Giants.
I just
They're
had to
not,
double
like,
check that when you
type
said
of
that. I was like, wait a minute. The Lions really finished in last? And yeah, the fact that the Vikings beat them on Christmas Day, they were 9-8. They didn't have that tiebreaker. Yeah, 9-8, but they were in last place. That's crazy to think of. And so the one huge advantage is they're going to play the fourth place teams in the other divisions that they play. They do play the Jets. They will play the Cardinals. They will play the Titans. I mean, those are as gimme games as you're going to get, and they play the entire AFC East. So yeah, they'll play New England and Buffalo, but they also play the Jets and they play Miami.
Right.
Wow.
So
right, now I see why they're I see why they're favorite.
They're going to win a bunch of games.
All right. I just want to be. We'll finish this conversation because we got to get into the Packers side of things, and also I want to go a little bit more in depth on your Bears. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. We'll also get you a baseball scoreboard update. Runs, the theme of the night. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, it was everything I thought it would be with the way they were controlling the tempo. And people like to highlight their defensive side of things. The defense, honestly, was never really under pressure because the midfield had the ball the entire time and they were controlling it. That's why Rodri ends up getting the golden ball. And Pedri is another great player who plays for Barcelona. He's on the bench. So, like, when your team is that good and you're able to sit a player like that and still be in control of games, I'm not really surprised. To many people, I'm not sure if you've heard about it, the final was really that semifinal between France and Spain, that the team that was going to win that one was going to win the tournament. It didn't matter if England came out on the other side. mentally they're on a different level. Talent-wise, they're on a different level. And you're right, Argentina, if Enzo Fernandez wasn't stupid towards the end of regulation there and getting that red card, imagine they were on even strength towards stoppage time in the second half of extra time. They could have had a chance. And to your point, you were right. That's the only time that they did anything. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen in a final anywhere. And it probably was the worst World Cup final performance. But that's also how good Spain is, on top of how much Messi dragged Argentina to this final and how they were squeaking on by with a lot of results. It's not like they were doing anything in terms of dominating each knockout stage.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get you a baseball scoreboard update here in just a bit, but just finishing up our conversation with what we think of every team in the NFC North. And again, with our friends at BetMGM, here are the odds for each team to win the division. The Lions are at plus 160. The Packers are at plus 240. The Bears just over plus 300. And the Vikings at basically 5-1. I mean, and we looked at the records from last year here with the Bears winning the division. With a record, I just had it in front of me, with a record of 11-6, Packers 9-7-1, Vikings 9-8, Lions 9-8. I still think the NFC West is the best division, and you had three teams with 12 wins last year, and we know how great the Rams are, and the Seahawks are the defending Super Bowl champions, and we'll see how healthy the Niners defense is. So I don't think you could say the NFC North is the best division, but probably the most competitive year after year now for the last 3-4 years, with a bunch of different division winners every single year. And Kate, I think expect the unexpected with this division seems to be the case. The one team we didn't take a huge dive into last segment is the Packers. And I don't need to say it again. I'm as high on Jordan Love as you could possibly be. Kate, I think he wins the MVP. He was my pick last year. I'm going back to the well. I think Jordan Love wins the MVP. But their defense without Micah Parsons was pretty good. But then they made the trade for Micah Parsons, and they look incredible. Then he tore his ACL, and he's probably going to be out for the first 4, if not more, games of the season. So it's how does their defense look until Micah Parsons comes back? And then obviously a big question is how is he going to look, Micah Parsons, when he does come back? Do you think that he needs to basically be playing at an all-pro level when he comes back this season for the Packers to have a chance to win the division? Or do you think that, I know you're not as high as me on Jordan Love, but do you think this Packers offense is good enough to carry the water?
No, they need Micah Parsons to be playing at an all-pro level when he comes back. The Packers offense has not been good enough to carry what did you say, to carry the water? Is that a phrase?
Yeah, basically to carry the team, like the Lions offense carried their team while their defense was in shambles.
Yeah, no, I don't think this Packers offense is good enough to do that. I do I'm not like the wide receiving core for the Packers. I feel like that's always the knock. I don't necessarily hate it. And I think Matthew Golden will be better this year in his second season. Like I do think there's some talent on there. It just I don't have as much confidence in that offense to carry the team and to, solely rely on that offense to win games. I think you need Micah Parsons back and as close to pre-injury Micah Parsons as possible in order for this defense to be at that level where they're doing their part to win these games.
I feel like not enough people are talking about Tucker Kraft coming back. And again, any athlete coming off of any season-ending injury a year ago, you got to see how they come back. But again, he's coming off a torn ACL. He may start camp on the PUP list. That was news today, but he does expect to be a full goal for week 1. That was Jason Wild of Channel 3000 reporting that. I don't know what Channel 3000 is, but I'm just reading the RotoWire little blurb here. I feel like not enough people are talking about Tucker Kraft and how much of a monster this guy was last year. 220-yard plus games, and he had 7 touchdowns in 8 games. And then he got knocked out for the season. I feel like he is good enough to be a top 5 tight end, and that could push this Packers offense over the top here, Kate. And Tucker Kraft is part of the reason why I'm so high on Jordan Love. But, yeah, look, and again, for me, the other biggest question is Matt LaFleur. As a coach, coaching decisions, play calling, especially in the fourth quarter of games, I think is going to dictate how many games the Packers win this year. But if I had to pick a team to win the division, I'm picking Jordan Love to win the MVP, so I'm picking the Pack to win the NFC North.
The Packers I will say their offense did struggle once Tucker Kraft went out. I feel like that was kind of a turning point for the offense and production there.
It was. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll get you a baseball scoreboard update and some other news. But also, was that third place game in the World Cup cool, or did you hate it? Could other sports start doing it next? I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. BetMGM tonight.
What am I missing with Justin Herbert? Because I have a theory. I'm not saying that Justin Herbert is a COVID creation, but I'm telling you that his best seasons happened during COVID. And once we came out on the other side of it, and once we came out with now fans and the games are regular and back to where they were, he's never hit those ceilings again. His first season in the league, Justin Herbert threw for 31 touchdown passes. It is important to note there were no fans in the stands during these games. In 2021, Justin Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdown passes. That was still that weird hybrid period where some teams had fans, some teams had limited fans, some teams were doing that. We didn't get back normal, in my opinion, in the NFL and really around the world. We didn't get back normal until 2022. So the 2020 stats, I think if you look at the passing numbers, way up in 2020, 2021, the exact same deal. Since then, the last 4 years with Justin Herbert, he has thrown 25 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown passes, 23 and 26. He has not won a playoff game. He has not won his division. You know what? Justin Herbert is Sam Darnold with the better agent. That's who he is. If you look at his numbers, if you put them up against the board and I show you what this quarterback has done and what this quarterback has done, I'm telling you, he is Kyler Murray who drank more milk as a kid. That's who Justin Herbert has been for the large majority of his life in the National Football League. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just not seeing what everybody else is seeing.
as far as a team that I think could be undersold right now, how about the New Orleans Saints? I feel like that division amongst all of them is probably the most up for grabs. You could make a case for Tampa. You could make a case for Carolina, but I don't know that either one of them are so strong that you feel really good about it. And the way New Orleans played at the end of last year, granted the 1-8 start or whatever it was, certainly gave us an idea of where they were starting from. But I felt like Tyler Shuck really kind of turned the corner a little bit and could be in line for a big statistical season. Jordan Tyson they draft, Chris Olave they bring back, and Kamara they kept in the fold along with Travis Etienne. And, defensively, I think they were pretty darn good down the stretch, added a few pieces, but most of the focus seemed to be on offense, just buttressing the whole thing around their second-year quarterback. So, they're a team that I think could surprise some people and kind of pull an 11-win season out of thin air, seemingly. So, again, like the Jaguars did last year, I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans ends up beefing up their win total by a significant amount and possibly stealing that division.
Games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brad Evans off all week. Kate Constable's with me tonight. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of this Monday night extravaganza kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Great show so far. We talked about Spain winning the World Cup yesterday, beating Argentina in the final. They dominated. Argentina didn't have a single shot until the final couple of minutes of extra time of the game. And Spain had to hold on for a 1-0 win. Your thoughts on that? The Open with Ryan Fox winning it. The Kiwi, the 39-year-old, his first ever major title, a birdie on the 18th hole. He beats Cameron Young, who once again finishes as a runner-up. But, of course, it was Bryson DeChambeau that stole the weekend, crying about his 2-stroke penalty that he rightfully received, even asking them to call President Trump to see if he would overturn the penalty, which is just an absurd nonsense headline. So talked a lot about that as well. We've talked a lot of baseball and now a lot of football here recently. So if you're just joining us, you want to get in on the fun, you could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Oh, and how could I forget? If we're waiting on pins and needles for a LeBron James decision. A lot of people were speculating maybe 8 p.m. Eastern. Pat Beverly tweeted out earlier this morning that it was going to happen tonight. It's 9 p.m. Eastern. We're still waiting. We are still waiting. So any predictions on where LeBron is headed? 310-840-4910. Before we talk third third place game, Kate, for the World Cup on Saturday. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I thought it was electric. Before we get there, we do have a phone caller. Let's get to Cheryl, who's in Syracuse, next up on BetMGM tonight. Cheryl is on line 1. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Well, hi, guys and girls. I have a little gut feeling about LeBron, and I think he's not just keeping us hanging on. I think he's making legal decisions and all that. But I'm hoping that he's going to go with the Warriors because I think he and Steph have a good chemistry. But I'm also thinking he might go with the Cavaliers. And then for my football,
you would go back home to Cleveland, Cheryl, just cause.
What's that?
I said, why do you think that? I know you said Golden State, but you think it would be either there or the Cavaliers. Why do you think Cleveland? Just because it would be it's home for him and it would be a third chapter, or do you have any other reasoning why you think that?
No, that's the reason.
Okay.
And
all right, Cheryl. Well, you're like me. I think it's Golden State, but I said the best chance for him to realistically win a title would be Philadelphia, and Kate, you agree. So you think, what did you think of Cheryl's thoughts there?
I mean, yeah, I think Cheryl, those are the two spots that are probably the most realistic. I'm with Cheryl.
All right, great. Cheryl, we appreciate the call. And also, thank you for not leaving Kate out. Good evening,
yeah,
gentlemen.
I appreciate that too, Cheryl. Guy and girl. Love it, Cheryl.
We've got some text messages as well here, so let's get to them. Caleb from Alabama texts in, huge Packers fan here. Very worried about our team this year. Could see us finishing last in the division. Some things I'm worried about that should be considered. VP of Personnel, DC, which I'm guessing means the defensive coordinator, which, yes, it's no longer Jeff Hafley, and so they brought in Jonathan Gannon after he got fired by the Cardinals. And backup quarterback, Love always misses a few games each year so far, are all in Miami now. No Quay Walker, Romeo Doubs, lots of pressure on LaFleur. Parsons and Kraft missing time early. I don't think Kraft is going to miss any games. He said today, it was reported today, he expects to be ready to go week 1. Parsons, yes, could miss 4, maybe even up to 6 games. All these issues gives me pause. Think we could start out slow, too slow to recover. We'll see. Now, Kate, again, I'm as high as you could be on Jordan Love. I'll say it again. I think he's going to win the MVP. I don't see any of those other, what I think are small issues and small concerns that just about every team has. Think about how many teams have lost their coordinators in the last couple of years after a great season, whether it's a playoff, whether it's a Super Bowl. Their coordinators leave to take head coaching jobs. And again, I do think the pressure is on LaFleur, and I do think he is holding the Packers back when it comes time to make your money, which is in January in the postseason. I mean, he's proven sometimes you are what your record says you are. And as much as I have kind of turned on Matt LaFleur, he's got one of the best winning percentages in the month of December for any head coach in NFL history. So the guy normally does a good job of winning the meaningful football games until it's time to win the ones that really matter, the playoffs. But, again, Jonathan Gannon, the last time we saw him as a defense coordinator, the Eagles won a Super Bowl, or the Eagles got to a Super Bowl. He's not a head coach. He was a terrible head coach. Pretty damn good defensive coordinator. I know the Cardinals' defense itself stunk, but when he actually had some talent to work with, the guy was a good defensive coordinator. And tell me, which team in the NFL is not worried about having their backup quarterback play? Come on. I think the issue's there from Caleb from Alabama, who's a Packers fan. I think he's blowing him out of proportion.
I mean, yeah, you make the point about Jonathan Gannon. Like, Mike McDaniel was not a great head coach in Miami. I think Mike McDaniel's a really good offensive coordinator, right? So, like, Jonathan Gannon, I think he can do some good things on this defense. You look at the Packers' schedule early on in the season: Minnesota, the Jets, Falcons, Tampa Bay. Like, that's kind of the easiest stretch of their schedule early on, and that's when you could be without Micah Parsons, and I think that's probably a silver lining here to silver lining's not the right term. I think that's just a positive to the Packers schedule this year, is that it's kind of front loaded with some easier games. Whereas you said LaFleur wins in December. I told you about the Jordan Love Toyota-thon theory last time we were on, Pat. Like, Jordan Love, Toyota-thon comes around, that's mid-November to Christmas. Jordan Love's winning football games. I mean, and that's when you have the Patriots, that's when you have the Rams, the Bills. Like, things get tough throughout that stretch. So if they're playing their best football at that time, then yeah, I think this Packers team could have some success. But they have to take care of business early on in the season, and they're going to have to do it with a new defensive coordinator coming in. Like, does it take any time for that unit to kind of gel within the new system and scheme and everything, and without Micah Parsons? And like, those are the question marks. And I know that you're really high on Jordan Love, but like, can Jordan Love can he be the main reason that they're winning all of these, that they win games early on? Like, you can trust Josh Allen to go out and win you games kind of despite what everyone else is around him. You can trust Patrick Mahomes to an extent to do that. I know, last season wasn't all that great and he's coming back from injury, but like, is Jordan Love at that level where, like, as long as Jordan Love's on the field, you're winning football games? That's a question that I still have. I mean, it sounds like you've answered that yourself, but like, that would be my concern. Where Caleb from Alabama, I would agree with some of that stuff there, that there are some worrisome areas.
Okay, that's fair. 310-840-4910. How about this text? This is from, and of course it doesn't have a name on it, but it is from a 352 area code, which is North Central Florida. This person texts in, why isn't Tommy DeVito the New York Football Giants starting quarterback? And that takes the cake. That Kate, we maybe can claim it now. That might be the dumbest text we get all week. No disrespect, but Tommy DeVito hasn't been on the Giants for over a year now. He was claimed off of waivers by the New England Patriots last year, and he is going to be Drake May's backup probably this year because Zappy Hour is over. Baron Morton is the third stringer who they just drafted in the 7th round coming out of Texas Tech. And I mean, I don't know if you guys watched that bowl game that he played in. Oh my God. I mean, I think he's lucky that he got drafted in the 7th round, Baron Morton. But yeah, Tommy DeVito is the Patriots' backup starting quarterback. And why isn't he the starting quarterback for the New York Giants? Well, frankly, because he's not that good. And let me rephrase this as somebody that is from Central New Jersey. And yes, Central Jersey exists 1,000,000%. And Tommy Cutlets, Tommy DeVito mania, how it ran wild, brother, for a couple of weeks a few years ago. I mean, he's not better than Jackson Dart, and he's not even on the team anymore. And so that's why he's not the New York Giants starting quarterback. And he got his chance in 2024 when Daniel Jones, it was the last year for Daniel Jones, and then he was terrible. And then they went to Drew Lock, and then they went to Tommy DeVito. He made a couple of starts, and he wasn't very good. So, I mean, are we like he was riding the high of like 3 good games in 2023. He's no longer even on the team. That's why he's not the Giants starting quarterback. And Jackson Dart is much better than Tommy DeVito. So I don't know, Kate, does that sum it up?
I think that's pretty accurate there, Pat. Yeah, I would say the answer is simple. He's not the Giants starting quarterback because he's not on the team. Period. Right? Like that's why.
Exactly. All right, 310-840-4910. And we appreciate all your calls and all your texts. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. Where have you been for the last like 18 months when it comes to Tommy DeVito? So there you go. All right. Well, let's pivot here. Let's talk some more soccer in the sense of there's 2 topics, Kate. We'll get to Messi and Mbappe and that golden boot in just a second because it kind of plays into what I think was a pretty damn good electric sporting event on Saturday. Again, the Open 3rd round ended. Coming 5 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. Yes, there's baseball. Outside of that, there wasn't much going on. So if you had some time to kill or you didn't have much going on Saturday, I think you probably watched the 3rd place game in the World Cup between France and England. And as much as the game, let me start out by saying, Kate, the game was meaningless. I understand. Neither of those teams wanted to play in the game. Nobody wants to play for third place, perhaps on paper. But and yes, maybe FIFA still does do the third place game because it's money and because however many million people, whether they only get 2 million people, 3 million people to watch that game, that gives them some TV money. I liked the game. I thought it was awesome. Oh, it was a glorified all-star game. It was 6-4, by the way. England won. They went up 4-0 in the first half. France looked like they honestly could not give a damn about the game, despite the fact that they started Mbappe and they started half of their normal starters. And then in the second half, they came out of the gate. They woke up. They scored 3 goals in the span of 15 minutes. And all of a sudden, it's 4-3. And then England scores to make it 5-3. Then France scores to make it 5-4. Then England scores in the final kick to make it 6-4. I thought it was electric. I thought it was offense. I thought it was amazing. I thought it was great offense. Yeah, the defense wasn't there. Did they really care all that much to play defense? Probably not. Was it a glorified all-star game? Maybe. But I don't know. Maybe I didn't want the World Cup to end after we had such an amazing tournament. So I fully well understand that the game was essentially meaningless. And I know it's not the Olympics where you have to give out a bronze medal. You don't have to do it at the World Cup, but they've been doing it for the entire history of the tournament. And so so many people, some of my friends texting me, wow, what an atrocity this game is. I'm like, what? Are we watching the same? This is awesome. This is incredible shots that I'm seeing, incredible counterattacking. Like, yeah, again, the intensity of the defense wasn't what you would expect for the championship game in the semifinals. But, like, it's not like the guys were just sleepwalking out there. Like a glorified all-star game, like the NBA, they literally take uncontested threes and dunk the ball with nobody guarding them for 4 straight quarters. And I know they changed the format, but, like, this was a decently competitive game of soccer. It was just, there was not much defense. And I like the game. And I don't want FIFA to get rid of it. I like the third place game. And for a lot of people, my one friend, I can't believe Mbappe is going to win the golden boot now because he scores 2 goals in a game that doesn't matter. And then Messi doesn't score at all. Argentina doesn't score at all. Who cares? They're playing the game. The game counts. It should count towards the stats. Stop crying. Get off your high horse. That's how I felt with a lot of people attacking this third place game on Saturday and saying that it's a sham that Mbappe won the golden boot because he played a meaningless game that had no defense. I mean, kick rocks. Go find a different hill to die on.
Pat, yeah, it was a meaningless game. It was a glorified scrimmage. It was an all-star game. It was whatever you want to call it. It was also a really good game. It was a really fun game to watch. I sat down and watched it. You had, I even got, I think I was, what day was that? Was that Saturday? I don't know.
Yes.
I turned it on.
Yeah,
I was
Saturday.
doing something. I turned it on. I couldn't get to it until halftime and it was 4-0 England. And I'm like, okay, well, like this game is over. And all of a sudden France comes out in the second half and we've got ourselves a game and it's interesting. And I watched it all the way until the end. So I don't necessarily care like that it, maybe it wasn't as wasn't as meaningful. Maybe the players didn't take it as seriously. Maybe the defense wasn't there. It was still an entertaining game. And that's why we watch sports in the first place, is to be entertained, right? And the World Cup throughout has been incredibly entertaining. And so if you have one game that sure, maybe it doesn't matter as much, but it's still a good game, like why would we not want to watch that? In terms of the Mbappe won the golden boot because, because there was no defense being played. Like, I understand that take a little bit, but at the same time, if there's a game, if the World Cup is going to have a third place game and he's out there, those stats have to count. Like, you can't say, okay, the stats in this game don't count because it's a third place game and it doesn't mean anything for either of these two teams. It's still part of the tournament. If you want to have it just be like a, hey, you guys both lost, you're out of the tournament, but like, do you want to play for fun here and not have it a third place game as that? Like, if it's part of the tournament, if it's for third place, if it's for a trophy, it means something. The stats have to count for it. That bottom line.
Yeah.
So I understand like fans of Messi don't like the fact that Mbappe won the golden boot because he scored 2 goals in the third place game, but like, it's still part of the tournament. That game is being played, part of the tournament. Those stats have to count.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Does this mean, Kate, that we get other third place games and other sports now. Again, the Olympics, you have to have one where it's like a tournament and it's a major sport or a popular sport. You have to have a third place game because you have to give out a bronze medal. That's how the Olympics works. How the Olympics work.
Right.
Could we see that in March Madness? Could we see the NCAA play the Final Four on Saturday night and say, all right, we're going to come back and do a third place game on Sunday and then the championship on Monday night like normal? Do we see other sports play a third place game now? And I'm trying to think about, maybe, Kate, I don't know, maybe you have any other sports off the top of your head that it could happen. You can't do it with baseball. You can't have the loser of the ALCS and the loser of the NLCS play a third place one game for third place in Major League Baseball. You can't do that. You can't have it in the NBA where it's a best of 7 series. Again, you're going to have the loser of the Eastern Conference, Western Conference Finals play one game. No shot. You're never going to have it in football because you're not going to ask a violent sport like the NFL. You're not going to have the losers of the AFC, NFC championship game then come and play a third place game. And I don't think you'd have it in hockey either. So honestly, the only thing I think it could work is a big tournament like March Madness. You have all 4 teams in one location for the weekend. Why not play an extra game? And whether it's for money, look, I'm the guy that normally rails against expansion and things and more teams in the playoffs. I don't think I would hate a third place game in March Madness on a Sunday where that weekend there's normally not a whole lot going on except for baseball, and normally the Masters is not lined up that weekend anyway.
No, I think that's probably the only other place it could work, but I don't think that ever happens because you're not going to get the top players playing. It's going to turn into like a bowl game where everyone's, the star players sit, they don't want to risk getting injured. Like say Cooper Flagg and Duke was playing, there's no way Cooper Flagg plays in that third place game with the, projected to go number 1 overall in the NBA a month later. He's not risking injury. Like you would be getting backups, you would be getting bench guys, you would be getting kind of that would be what that game turns into. Maybe it's still worth it for entertainment purposes. Once again, I would still probably watch that because if you're a Final Four team, you're a pretty damn good basketball team. I would watch if Duke lost, I would watch Duke go up against Houston in a third place game. I just don't think you're getting those you're going to get the big name players on the court because of the injury concern.
Okay, that's fair. I think and I know that nowadays with all the guys that skip college football bowl games and if it's all of a sudden a meaningless March Madness game, yeah, you got draft picks. Would they play? Would they opt out of it? Probably. I mean, it wouldn't put it past him. Combs makes a great point. World Baseball Classic. He says in the show chat, yeah, I give me a third place game for the World Baseball Classic for sure. I'll take that right away. College football playoff is another one. The sport of football, and again, all the guys that opt out of regular bowl games, you're going to play a third place game? No shot. That's not going to happen. So honestly, I think it's the World Cup where I want it to stay. I don't want it to go away. World Baseball Classic and March Madness. I think those are the 3 knockout tournaments that you could probably have a third place game, and I would sign up for it in a heartbeat for entertainment.
What about the 4 nations? Do they have a third place game in that for hockey? I know it's like the All-Star game, like the All-Star weekend, but like that would be something that I know people would watch if they don't already. I don't recall off the top of my head.
So they're not doing the 4 nations face-off this year. They're going back to regular All-Star game.
I know it's like every couple years that they do that. It's not a normal thing, but like when it does happen, that would be something.
Yeah, I don't think they had a third place game last time. Because again, they only had a week to do it. So I don't think there was a third place game. I could be wrong. But I don't think there was.
Brandon says there wasn't. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think there was. So, yeah, but again, World Baseball Classic, March Madness was the first thing I thought of. I think you definitely could have a third place game, and I would sign up for it. The other thing, too, that people were so frustrated, not only the Golden Boot, but Mbappe overtakes Messi's all-time lead in World Cup goals now. And with Messi likely playing his last World Cup game, Again, Mbappe was going to break it anyway. Mbappe's 27 years old. He might have 3 more World Cups. So, but he passes him now before Messi retires, whether he's going to retire or not. Messi has 21 all-time World Cup goals. Mbappe now at just 27 years old has 22. His first World Cup was when he was 19. That's when he won the World Cup title with France. They got to the final last 4 years ago and lost to Argentina in penalties. They lose in the semifinals to Spain this time around, but he's only 27. He's got more World Cup goals all time than Messi. He's got 1 World Cup title. Messi's got 1. And Mbappe's got 400-plus goals for club and country in 600-plus games. Messi's got 900-plus goals in 1,100-plus games. So we're talking about Messi being the GOAT. Messi maybe was going to enter the conversation for GOAT of GOATs if he won that game. He didn't. And now all of a sudden I feel like if he announces his retirement, for the time being, we're looking at him as the GOAT. But I feel like in another 4 years, he might already be dethroned by Kylian Mbappe. Because the fact that he's got more World Cup goals in him, he's got the same amount of World Cup titles. He has not accomplished the same amount that Messi has on a club stage. And again, he still has probably 10 plus years to try to do that. But like in another 4 years, Mbappe scores like another 6, 7, 8, 9 goals in the World Cup and France gets to another final or wins it. Like Messi's reign as the greatest of all time, it might be short-lived, I fear.
Well, yeah, that's why I think everyone who is all concerned about Mbappe doing what he did in that game is just remind him of the fact that Mbappe, we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of Mbappe, right? Like he's going to be, he would have surpassed the goals record regardless. So I don't know. That stuff, it's like kind of just do your due diligence in understanding these things, people, before you jump on the internet and go crazy and get all upset over this type of stuff where, I mean, it's obvious that Mbappe is going to be around for a lot longer and he's going to score a whole lot more goals. He might even win the Golden Boot again, maybe even twice. Pat, how crazy would that be?
It would be crazy. It would be crazy. All right, let's get a quick phone call in here. 310-840-4910. Tommy is in Knoxville next up on BetMGM tonight. Tommy's on line 1. What's going on, Tommy?
Good evening. Y'all probably don't remember. You may not be old enough to remember, but the NCAA used to have a third-place Final Four game. I think Virginia was the last one to win it back in '81. It was a good game between LSU and Virginia. But the coaches basically saw guys starting to go to the pros at a more high level and could see people beginning to drop out of games and stuff to protect it against injuries. So that's why I think the NCAA stopped doing it. One other little comment about my daughter is working in England, and she was watching the second place game or the third place game, and France was mailing it in for the first half, if you remember. But I think that's because England had heard about France being the best team. And so they wanted to whomp them, and my daughter asked, well, what would you say to these guys? I'm an old coach, and what would you guys say to these guys at halftime? I said, it's the easiest halftime speech ever given. You tell them, okay, you expletive female genitalia. If you guys aren't interested in playing the second half, go get on an airplane and head back to France if Air France will let you on the plane. But the rest of us are going to play this game, and we're going to come back and we're going to kick the fool out of these limeys, just like Joan of Arc would have done. And then you just slam the door and let them think about it.
All right, Tommy, appreciate the call. Thank you very much. I think we necessarily did not need the last 30 seconds of that, but okay. We've all heard those words before, but when they're described as how they were described, it's
yep,
it's a little bit more cringy.
All right, Tommy.
Yeah, we'll move on from that. Yeah, I guess it is an easy speech to give, right? I mean, the third place game, but I didn't realize March Madness did have a third place game. And the last time it was 19. Imagine getting rid of a third place game because of low fan interest in 1981. Like, I feel there wasn't a lot of options. There wasn't a lot to watch, and they got rid of it in 1981. Jeez. I don't know, man. I'm all for bringing it back. Bring it back.
I had no idea
BetMGM
they
tonight
did that.
wants the third place game in March
Yeah, we
Madness
do.
brought back. You heard it here first.
I would love that. I had no idea they did that either. I mean, yeah, that was long before both of us were born, Pat, but I think that'd be kind of cool.
By the way, Combs in our show chat, producer Brandon Combs says, this is Tommy Bowden. I'm certain of it. That was a Tommy in Knoxville. Tommy Bowden was born in Birmingham. Of course, longtime coach of Clemson, assistant coach for a long time. He played at West Virginia. I don't know where Tommy Bowden lives right now. Let's see. Does he live in Knoxville? Is that it? Might have been him. I might have been.
He's a motivational
Bowden.
speaker right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Quick Google search. Again, take this with a grain of salt. Quick Google search. AI overview says he lives in Destin, Florida. But who knows? Maybe he's in Knoxville Nashville. Was it Knoxville, Nashville? Either way, who knows? Maybe that was Tommy
Maybe a
Bowden.
nice vacation in Knoxville for the summer.
All right. We got to take a break. It was an eventful phone call, nonetheless. One that I wish, again, we did not hear the last 20 seconds of, but we got it. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we will, speaking of GOATs and Mount Rushmores and greatest players and where you have Messi and if Argentina would have won, where he would have been in that conversation, why don't we do it? Why don't we do the Mount Rushmore? Okay? And it's middle of July. We're going to have some fun. We'll make it entertaining. It's relevant. We'll do our GOAT Mount Rushmore for the 4 major sports and outside the 4 major sports. We'll get you a baseball scoreboard update when we come back. Hang out with us. We're having fun. She's Kate Constable. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, it was everything I thought it would be with the way they were controlling the tempo. And people like to highlight their defensive side of things. The defense, honestly, was never really under pressure because the midfield had the ball the entire time and they were controlling it. That's why Rodri ends up getting the golden ball. And Pedri is another great player who plays for Barcelona. He's on the bench. So, like, when your team is that good and you're able to sit a player like that and still be in control of games, I'm not really surprised to many people, I'm not sure if you've heard about it, the final was really that semifinal between France and Spain. That the team that was going to win that one was going to win the tournament. It didn't matter if England came out on the other side. Mentally, they're on a different level. Talent-wise, they're on a different level. And you're right, Argentina, if Enzo Fernandez wasn't stupid towards the end of regulation there and getting that red card, imagine they were on even strength towards stoppage time in the second half of extra time. They could have had a chance. And to your point, you were right. That's the only time that they did anything. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen in a final anywhere. And it probably was the worst World Cup final performance. But that's also how good Spain is, on top of how much Messi dragged Argentina to this final and how they were squeaking on by with a lot of results. It's not like they were doing anything in terms of dominating each knockout stage.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We've got to get to our GOAT Mount Rushmore for the four major sports and outside the four major sports. But really quickly, Kate, can I just shout out our video producer? I'll shout out the whole crew. Lead to Lap in our Westwood One studios. Producer Brandon Combs, but especially video producer Michael Montgomery, Monty, who anytime I'm trying to steal a last little bite of food in between breaks, and I got a little dinner here. Got a little chickpea, quinoa, kale, avocado. Wow. Very healthy. Girlfriend made it. And I was still chewing when we came back from break. And if you're watching on YouTube or Twitter or Twitch, Monty just gave me a couple extra seconds, finished chewing before he put me on screen. Nobody wants to see me eating. I don't want anybody to see me mid-chew. So shout out Monty. What a real team player.
Hey, he looks out for us. That's why we love him.
Exactly. All right, we've got a Let's Go Streaking update here from producer Brandon Combs. We are a Matt Olson hit away from a 5-for-5 night. Kate, your player got a hit. You went with Ryan Reynolds. Who'd you go with? You went with Brian Reynolds. I went with Ozzy Albies. He's got a home run, let alone a hit. Combs went with Murakami, who's got a hit. And Monty went with Yordan Alvarez, who's got a hit. We're waiting on Matt Olson for our guy Lead to Lap in our Westwood One studios. The only problem is the Braves are up 3-2 going into the top of the ninth inning. So we need a Padres tie. We need the Padres to tie or take the lead here, because if there is a bottom of the ninth, Matt Olson does lead off. So we're rooting for the Padres to tie this game up so Matty Olson can hit in the bottom of the ninth, and then we could possibly go 5 for 5 and go streaking, all of us, all 5 of us together. Combs also does say,
man on base.
I'm sorry, Lee, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, 2 outs, man on base.
Okay. All right, need a ball in the gap. Combs also says, Kate, you should have put him on camera, Monty, just because of what he was eating. Tommy in Knoxville would have had some words for you.
Tommy in Knoxville would have given you a halftime speech.
Yeah, because a grown-ass man, God forbid a grown-ass man looks out for himself and tries to eat some avocado and chickpeas and some kale and be healthy.
Well, while you stepped away, Pat, I was just housing a Jersey Mike's sub, just for the guys behind the scenes, just to watch me inhale that. So
nice.
Yeah, I know. I eat a lot on the show, like in breaks and stuff, and I there's not too many other hosts that I work with that actually eat during shows, and so I always feel like gross about it. But like, I get hungry. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, and you and me.
Camera off during break, like, but like, really, I don't know.
No, and look, Brad Brad does the 3 hours and then he signs off, so I don't see him eat during the show, but he doesn't have to. We're doing 5 hours. I'm sorry, I have to eat a meal during that, and it's dinner time. Yeah. We do a show during dinner time. Okay, yes. We're pros. Yes. We're not eating on air. We're not eating during the segments. No, maybe once or twice I have, especially when we do an interview. And Monty puts up the graphic of the person that we have as a guest. I'm stealing bites like you wouldn't believe. But like 99% of the time, we're not eating on air. So during the breaks, who cares? I don't care. Nice. And Jersey Mike's, by the way, nice sub. Nice choice.
Well, we ordered Jersey Mike's the other day, and my husband's sandwich came wrong the first time, and he's one of those Karens that like will call back and be like, "You put lettuce on my sub. I need a new one." So he did that twice. They got his order wrong twice. So we're just stocked
twice in one day
right now. Twice in one day. So I get all the Jersey Mike's leftovers now because they have onions on them and he doesn't eat onions, and now I have all the, so I've been having Jersey Mike's the last couple of days. It's great.
So you're the beneficiary of that, and good. You know what? Again, you're only a couple of weeks removed from giving birth. You eat whatever you want.
You know what? I do, Pat. I do, and I will.
Good. But so wait, what was going to be your dinner if not for the Jersey Mike's leftovers, or that was decided because this happened, yesterday or over the weekend?
Oh, no. My dinner was going to be Greek yogurt that I could quickly get we have nothing in the fridge. So the dinner was going to be like a beef stick, a protein bar, and or like a bite of yogurt. That's usually what my dinners are during shows because I don't plan ahead, but we had the subs in the fridge, so that worked.
Yeah. Oh man, you got a meal prep. I know you just had a kid. You got a meal prep a little bit better.
See, that's the thing, Pat. Like, I don't have too many hours in the day when
I'm taking care of a little human here, so why don't you buzz off? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have kids.
We'll get there.
I just have a dog
I'll
that
get
we gotta
there.
look after.
I'm good with breakfast and lunch. We get those done just great. It's just dinner rolls around. It's like, oh gosh, there's nothing in the fridge.
Yeah. That would drive me nuts. But again, I understand the circumstances that you currently find yourself in, and that is and it's with a child. 310-840-4910. We'll take a quick break here. We got a little off topic. We will do our GOAT Mount Rushmore topic when we come back. So you want to get in on it now. Mount Rushmore for the 4 major sports: baseball, football, basketball, hockey, and then a Mount Rushmore for any other sports that are not that. Tennis, golf, Olympic sports, whatever, what have you. We'll get all your calls and your texts when we return. We'll do ours as well. 310-840-4910. She's Kate Constable. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What am I missing with Justin Herbert? because I have a theory. I'm not saying that Justin Herbert is a COVID creation, but I'm telling you that his best seasons happened during COVID. And once we came out on the other side of it, and once we came out with now fans and the games are regular and back to where they were, he's never hit those ceilings again. His first season in the league, Justin Herbert threw for 31 touchdown passes. It is important to note there were no fans in the stands during these games. In 2021, Justin Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdown passes. That was still that weird hybrid period where some teams had fans, some teams had limited fans, some teams were doing that. We didn't get back normal, in my opinion, in the NFL and really around the world. We didn't get back normal until 2022. So the 2020 stats, I think if you look at the passing numbers, way up in 2020, 2021, the exact same deal. Since then, the last 4 years with Justin Herbert, he has thrown 25 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown passes, 23 and 26. He has not won a playoff game. He has not won his division. You know what? Justin Herbert is Sam Darnold with the better agent. That's who he is. If you look at his numbers, if you put them up against the board and I show you what this quarterback has done and what this quarterback has done, I'm telling you, he is Kyler Murray who drank more milk as a kid. That's who Justin Herbert has been for the large majority of his life in the National Football League. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just not seeing what everybody else is seeing.
As far as a team that I think could be undersold right now, how about the New Orleans Saints? You know, I feel like that division amongst all of them is probably the most up for grabs. You could make a case for Tampa. You could make a case for Carolina, but I don't know that either one of them are so strong that you feel really good about it. And the way New Orleans played at the end of last year, you know, granted the 1-8 start or whatever it was, certainly gave us an idea of where they were starting from. But I felt like Tyler Shuck really kind of turned the corner a little bit and could be in line for a big statistical season. Jordan Tyson they draft, Chris Olave they bring back, and Kamara they kept in the fold along with Travis Etienne. And, defensively, I think they were pretty darn good down the stretch, added a few pieces, but most of the focus seemed to be on offense, just buttressing the whole thing around their second-year quarterback. So, they're a team that I think could surprise some people and kind of pull an 11-win season out of thin air, seemingly. So, again, like the Jaguars did last year, I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans ends up beefing up their win total by a significant amount and possibly stealing that division.
games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. We've got a caller or two on hold that we'll get to. We're going to push the GOAT Mount Rushmore exercise, if you will, topic a little bit later on in the last hour of the show. So stay tuned for that. And that also gives you time to think about who your Mount Rushmore of greatest of all time athletes, of GOATs, would be. So again, that's coming up in the final hour. Well, we got a lot of texts that have come through. We've got some phone calls. We got some scoreboard updates to get you. So we figured we would tend to those matters first because we care about your interaction with the show. And so we've got an 865 number texting in inside info. LeBron to the Golden State Warriors. Well, there you have it, Kate. An 865 number has just spilled the beans. And they've let us know where LeBron is going. That's a Knoxville, Tennessee area code. So maybe that was Tommy. Yeah, that was Tommy in Knoxville after his tremendous phone call last segment. Maybe maybe that's him, or maybe it's just somebody who knows that LeBron's going to the Warriors. Your thoughts? I guess we can call it, right?
I mean, yeah, if that's Tommy knows how to give halftime speeches, and apparently he knows that LeBron's going to the Warriors. Breaking news for us here. I love it.
But by the way, I did get a I do have Shams' notifications turned on.
Yeah.
Which, like, I hate that I do, but also, again, we got to do a show. And I got a notification from Twitter, and it said Shams Charania. And I said, my eyes opened up wide. This was like 6 minutes ago. I was like, oh, wow, maybe he does have it. This was it. The Los Angeles Lakers are signing forward Arthur Kaluma to a two-way NBA deal. Kaluma, who spent last season in the Lakers G League program, averaged nearly 19 points, yada yada, in the Las Vegas Summer League. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Who do you think you are, dude? Putting out a tweet like that at a time like this. I mean,
I don't know who Arthur Kaluma is. Do we is that something that I should I know who he is?
I don't know who he is.
Okay, good.
Did he go to what college?
But yeah, Shams needs to know what's going on right now, and he needs to know he can't be. Shams is just messing with us at this point.
He is. Why would you put that out there? Like that could wait. That could be 7 a.m. tomorrow. Put it out there. Really got to put that out there right now? Come on. Anyway.
He's got to be first.
All right, we've got other texts to get to here. 205 number texts in. Yo, Tommy out here doing too much. Pat, I will say to your point about the Packers and Love certainly could win MVP because I don't know how else the Pack have a shot unless he's a 4,500-yard, 40-touchdown type of guy this year. I mean, look, Jordan Love has put up very underwhelming stats because Matt LaFleur loves running the football. It has to be a 50-50 split. Love's also missed 2 games each of the last 2 years, and yet the Packers have made the playoffs each of the last 2, more than that, but he's put up underwhelming numbers and they make the playoffs. Imagine if he puts up 4,500 yards and 40 touchdowns. They're going to win 13 games. I don't know. It's kind of, Kate, don't get me wrong. I know there's flaws with every team. Packers have a damn great roster. Like, who are we fooling here that they're not going to be a good team unless Jordan Love has these types of numbers? He's had a very underwhelming in terms of the stats. You look at the box score, he's been underwhelming, and they still find a way to get to the playoffs. Like, come on. I get you're a Bears fan, and I know I ain't going to get anything from the Combs, but like Packers got a good roster.
You're not getting anything from Combs. Do we have any update on any of this legal issue that Josh Jacobs is in right now? Because that could be a big problem, Pat. Josh Jacobs is if he is not able to play or is suspended for games or anything like that could be a concern. Obviously, of course. That's kind of like, oh, if this player gets injured type of deal. Like, of course, injuries happens for all things, but like, if Josh Jacobs finds himself in some serious legal issues, that could be not a good thing.
The thing that I've seen over the last couple of days remains under an open and ongoing investigation by the Brown County District Attorney following a late May arrest on domestic abuse allegations. He has vehemently denied the charges, has not been formally charged, and was continuing to participate in Packers team activities ahead of training camp. So, status quo. And some of the evidence that we were presented with, it seems brutal. It seems certainly like he is culpable of something. But, again, the NFL, they historically don't do a good job of cracking down on domestic violence and other issues that they need to.
No, they
so
don't.
wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't get any kind of punishment. We've got a 256 number texting in. If LeBron goes to the Warriors, the technical question that has to be answered is, do Social Security benefits count towards the salary count? The salary cap is what they meant to text. Otherwise, that was an A+ text. You got LeBron at 41. You got Steph in his late 30s, Draymond in his late 30s, Jimmy Butler in his mid to late 30s, and we call it the unction. So yeah, sooner or later those guys are going to start collecting some Social Security benefits. That was good. Kate, you're unamused.
I'm trying to figure out where 256 is from. What area code is that?
I will see one sec. Northern and northeastern Alabama.
Is this Tommy? Is this Tommy again? Didn't we say Tommy is from Alabama?
No, he's from Knoxville.
No. Oh, Knoxville. That's right. I mean, yeah, that's what would make LeBron going to the Warriors actually kind of fun and cool, is like all these old heads teaming up. And if they were actually able to have some success together, like that would be quite the story and quite the sending off into the sunset for LeBron.
It would be. By the way, one last update, because we do have to go to break here in the next couple of seconds. Caleb Durbin, bottom of the 8th, solo home run over the monster. Red Sox beat the Orioles 6-5. They've won 14 in a row.
Wow.
14 in a row. They are drinking a whole bowl of that dirty water. 14 wins in a row for the Bo Sox. All right, we come back. Final hour. We'll kick it off. We got hot or cold. We've got our Mount Rushmore of GOATs coming up. We'll get back to your phone calls. Hang tight if you're there. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This
Yeah, it was everything I thought it would be with the way they were controlling the tempo. And people like to highlight their defensive side of things. The defense, honestly, was never really under pressure because the midfield had the ball the entire time and they were controlling it. That's why Rodri ends up getting the golden ball. And Pedri is another great player who plays for Barcelona. He's on the bench. So, like, when your team is that good and you're able to sit a player like that and still be in control of games, I'm not really surprised. To many people, I'm not sure if you've heard about it, the final was really that semifinal between France and Spain. That the team that was going to win that one was going to win the tournament. It didn't matter if England came out on the other side. Mentally, they're on a different level. Talent-wise, they're on a different level. And you're right, Argentina, if Enzo Fernandez wasn't stupid towards the end of regulation there and getting that red card, imagine they were on even strength towards stoppage time in the second half of extra time. They could have had a chance. And to your point, you were right. That's the only time that they did anything. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen in a final anywhere. And it probably was the worst World Cup final performance. But that's also how good Spain is, on top of how much Messi dragged Argentina to this final. And how they were squeaking on by with a lot of results. It's not like they were doing anything in terms of dominating each knockout stage.
A shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brad Evans off all week. Kate Constable's with me here on this Monday, hanging out for one final hour, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. So yeah, fifth and final hour of this Monday night shindig kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines is how we do it here in the final hour of the show. We're going to get to some hot or cold here in a bit. We're going to do our GOAT of Mount Rushmore's coming up in about 20 minutes from now. So if you want to get aboard our talk and text line, it is 310-840-4910. Again, you could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Before we get to some hot or cold, the theme of the night for what has been a very juicy Monday night in Major League Baseball has been runs, and now, all of a sudden, in the last couple of minutes, it's been the bench is clearing. Bench is cleared in the Yankee game, which just ended. The Yankees beat the Pirates 8-5, and it was 8-5 after the third inning, and we didn't get any runs the rest of the freaking game. Braxton Ashcraft, he got knocked around. Ryan Weathers got knocked around. But then all of a sudden, I think it was the bottom of the eighth. Jose Caballero, Yankee shortstop, grounds into double play. And Dennis Santana, the Pirates reliever, looked like he blew a kiss at him or said something to him. Jose Caballero walks over. They look like they're about to throw fisticuffs. And then, of course, as is usually the case in baseball, nobody touches anybody. The other teammates break it up. The bench is clear. The bullpens. I love the relievers running out just for a little piece of action that they're not going to get anything of. And so no fist thrown, no nothing at all. But that was a little feisty. And then I think like literally a minute ago, the bench is cleared at Coors Field between the Rockies and the Nationals with Kyle Freeland mixing it up with somebody. We were literally coming back from break, and I saw it got posted by somebody on Twitter like literally a minute before that. So we'll try to get the details on that, but that game is 3-3 in the bottom of the fifth, and it's 99 degrees at Coors Field in Denver. So I know it's hot as hell in New York City as well. So Kate, looks like the Heat maybe starting to get the best of people in a night where there's been a lot of offense and a lot of runs, and now there's been a couple of altercations, although I don't know if we have any fisticuffs that have flied.
Yeah, I mean, it's always exciting in baseball when you get some benches clearing. Yeah, the Yankees game was like a whole lot of nothing. I haven't seen what's gone on yet in this Rockies game. I'm looking for it right now, but you know what, Pat? The Heat will do that to you when it's 100 degrees. You know, things, emotions run high, heads are hot, and sometimes you just kind of gotta clear the benches.
You just got to get off the benches. You got to just clear them. You got to clear them, and you got to say hi. You got to say hi to guys that you wouldn't see. I'm trying to find the Coors Field one. Let me see. Benches clear Coors, because I know definitely somebody just posted it. Eli Whitney, who I don't know what he does. That's just the account that posted it. Benches have cleared at Coors Field. Looks like Rockies' Kyle Freeland had words for Andres Chaparro after he came close to running across the mound on his way back to the dugout. Andres Chaparro, by the way, hit a 3-run homer tonight for the Nationals. And I got to admit, Kate, and I never pitched professionally, and I know I played Division III baseball, but there are certain unwritten rules of baseball that you just don't break. You don't run across the mound as a hitter. You don't do it. It's the pitcher's mound. It's not the base runner's mound. It is the pitcher's mound. You ground out, you get out, you don't run across the mound. And if you run across the mound, you're going to get chirped at, you're going to get thrown at, and there's going to be some problems. So good for Kyle Freeland. His ERA might be nearly double digits, but he's standing up for himself. And I didn't see the play of Andres Chaparro running over the mound or close to the mound. But, I mean, if you're within like a foot of the mound, you got so much real estate to run back to the dugout. There's no reason for you to ever come near the mound. And so I have no problem if Kyle Freeland started chirping, because as a fellow pitcher, you don't run near or on the mound. You're asking to get thrown at. Is that an unwritten rule that you're okay with, Kate, or do you have a problem with that?
No, that is Kate's dealing with some family stuff right now, so we're gonna go ahead. It's
not often that this happens, but we've been this baby's been freaking out for the last 4 hours, so I just gotta take her into the room
baby
quick.
Yeah, we've got a live baby. We've got baby action.
Oh,
all right. Monty's not a fan of the baby. Monty didn't want baby cam. Kate was showing the baby for baby cam. It was there to be had. Baby cam was there to be had here for what I would imagine is the first time ever on BetMGM tonight. I can't imagine.
I will say this.
Holmes,
Monty was being a good person. Monty was being a good person because Monty doesn't know whether or not Kate wants her daughter's face shown on TV. Or YouTube.
I didn't even think about that, guys. I'm so sorry. That is the first time that has ever happened. But that poor child has been crying for like the last 4 hours with dad, and I had to intervene. So we just had a quick little, we needed a quick little snuggle, and then now she's heading to bed.
Bang. That's it. A mother's touch. It works wonders.
That's right.
Kate, that was great. I'm glad that we were all part of that. I'm glad to have witnessed that.
Thanks for
that
sharing that with me, guys.
Yeah.
Dad had no idea what was going on.
Monday night baby cam, 10 p.m. Eastern. It's like Bark at the Park, but people can watch with their babies and hear us get our takes off.
All of a sudden, I just from out from under the table, here comes the baby.
There you go. Well, I mean, look, we'll start throwing in some counting. We can just do like a couple of seconds of ABCs. We'll make it educational.
Yep.
We'll make it worth your while for everybody else watching and listening. You want to, get your baby involved, and after a night of hearing us give our sports opinions, and we'll do a little baby educational stuff. I got no problem.
We're gonna start to, she's got to start learning her NFL divisions. That's what's next.
I mean, that's really Kate. That's really what it's all about, right? It's never too early to start dropping some ball knowledge on your infant.
Exactly. That's
she'll be the next one beating Pat at the list.
All right.
All right.
No. You didn't have to go there. I've won the list before. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I mean, look, a sun shines on a dog. You
could say ass. By the way, so Kate, I was propositioning to you the idea of a base runner, or a batter that gets out and then runs across the mound, and that's like kind of an unwritten rule of baseball. So Combs, let's bring you in here because we're about to do hot or cold. Combs, Kate, you guys, is that pitchers being just wussies, or is that a legit thing? You guys agree?
No, if there's an unwritten rule in a sport and you kind of cross it, like, yeah, you just like, I'm totally fine with that. That's like in the NBA when you're up by 45 at the end of the fourth quarter and there's 2 seconds left and you go windmill dunk it. Like, you just kind of don't do things like that. Those are unwritten rules. Guys get upset about that. It's all about the respect of the game, Pat. And if you're crossing those lines, I think that's a fair game.
I'm a big proponent of unwritten rules are stupid, for the most part. However, running across the mound is one of those. It's like the NHL, right? Like, you don't skate through the crease after the whistle blows, right? Or something's gonna happen. You're gonna get hit. People are gonna chirp. They're gonna say something to you. You're gonna end up fighting, dropping the gloves. It's just you don't run across the mound. It's it's not one of those where he took too long to get in the batter's box and I drill him with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. But those written rules are dumb. This written rule where you don't cross the mound, I mean, everybody knows that. And if you do it, look, the pitcher's going to get territorial. I have no problem with Freeland getting territorial there.
All right, great. I'm surprised. I thought for sure you were going to disagree. Great.
No, not at all.
All right, awesome. And speaking of, by the way, the other theme of Monday night, runs. I mean, the Phillies lead the Dodgers 10-7. Brewers lead the Mets 8-3. Astros lead the Marlins 7-4. Guardians beat the Twins 13-4. Yankees beat the Pirates 8-5. Red Sox win their 14th in a row. And this isn't even that high scoring, but it's still 11 runs. They beat the Orioles 6-5. So a lot of high scoring affairs tonight on this Monday. The Heat, ball flying, not great pitching, and then a couple of benches clearing kerfuffles, if you will. So it's been a pretty damn entertaining Monday night here with not a whole lot of other sports going on. But Combs, you ready for some hot or cold, brother? How you doing?
Oh boy, am I ready? Because you guys fired some shots there in that last segment. You're not going to get much from Combs on Jordan Love. You're not going to get much from Combs when it comes to Jordan Love. He's not going to be honest with you about. You want me to be honest with Jordan about Jordan Love? Here you go. Hot or cold, Kate? Jordan Love will never throw for 40 touchdowns in his career.
Ooh, hot. Yeah, I'm gonna go high. I don't think Jordan Love's gonna throw for 40 touchdowns. I'm not a Jordan Love believer. I think he's a above average quarterback, but he's just kind of, you get like a good stretch. You get like a 3-4 game, 5 game stretch midway through the season where Jordan Love looks great. And then outside of that, it's just kind of an up and down. And like, I wouldn't say he's an injury prone quarterback whatsoever. That's unfair of me to say, but he's had some injuries the last couple seasons where he's missed games or, not been at his best. And so, no, I don't think he's going to be a 40 touchdown in a season quarterback. Pat's just chomping at the bit to get in on this one.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I'm going cold. I think he will. I think it will happen this season. So so this year, I think you're going to regret that one, Combs, because I think he's going to win the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just remind you, there's only been 19 instances of a quarterback throwing for 40 or more touchdowns in a single NFL season, and it's only been achieved by 11 different players in the league. That's Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Dan Marino, Drew Brees, Baker Mayfield, Stafford, Kurt Warner, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson. So 40 touchdowns rarely happens. That being said, Jordan Love's going to do it this year. Cold.
First of all, okay, he's never thrown for more than 32 in his career. Never thrown for more than 32. And not only that, he's got a head coach who you said, oh, he has to run the ball 50-50. He has to, he doesn't allow Jordan Love to throw the ball. No, he doesn't trust Jordan Love to throw the ball late in games. He doesn't trust Jordan Love to throw the ball in certain situations because he sees the stupid mistakes that Jordan Love makes over and over and over again, which is the reason why Jordan Love's only won one playoff game in his career. Jordan Love I don't know what it is, what your, affection is for him. I don't know what is going on. And it's not just you. I mean, this goes on nationally with Jordan Love, believers that they love this kid and think he's like this great quarterback with just untapped potential. He's got a great arm. He's got a cannon. There's 40 quarterbacks in the league that have great arms. But he doesn't make the right decision in clutch situations. And that's why Matt LaFleur doesn't let him throw the ball in certain situations because he's going to make the wrong read and he's going to cost them the game, which he's done time and time again. Sure, he has some good games. Sure, he has those games where he throws 3 or 4 touchdowns against not so great defenses. Sure, he has those games where he shows up and he has a good game here and there. But he is not that guy. He's not a guy who's ever going to win a Super Bowl. He's not a guy who's ever going to win an MVP because he's just not that guy, and his head coach knows that and sees that and wishes that everybody else would see that. So he has to show you for him. It doesn't let him throw the ball late in games.
Hey, Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios. If you didn't already, maybe if you could just grab the last 30 seconds of that. Call him saying he's never going to win a Super Bowl. He's never going to win an MVP. Whatever else you feel comfortable grabbing, Lee. And you just tuck that away in a nice, neat place, a folder, titled Jordan Love or Combs mistakes or anything you want to save that.
As a matter of fact, you don't even need to because you know what? I've got 4 or 5 years of clips on my podcast of me saying the same thing for the last 4 or 5 years. And guess what? I haven't been wrong yet.
Well, he's only been a starter for 3. And in his first year as a starter, he threw for over 4,000 yards and 32 touchdowns. In each of the last 2 years, he's missed at least 2 games, injured and injured for 3. So, he's made the playoffs every single year. 2 years ago, they lost to the Super Bowl champions. And last year, he threw for, 350 yards and 4 touchdowns, and his team was up by 20 points, and his coach blew it, and his defense blew it. That's Jordan Love's fault that he didn't win that game against the Bears? Come on.
Because what happened? Late in the game, what happened? What happened, Pat?
Their defense collapsed.
No, he fumbled the snap, Pat. He fumbled the snap. You can sit there and say all you want, the defense. He had a chance to win the game, and he fumbled the snap. You forgot about that, didn't you, for a second?
Maybe.
Convenient. He's just not that guy. He's constantly going to make the wrong decisions in clutch situations. He does it all the time. He's not Brett Favre. He tries to be. He tries to throw off of his back foot and make plays downfield when they don't need to happen. He makes stupid decisions. The interceptions that he throws, especially in the playoffs, the one that he threw a couple years ago that ended their season, which was a season where that was the one time I actually thought Jordan Love might win a Super Bowl. That interception he threw to end that game and end the Packers season was atrocious. It's one of the worst interceptions I've ever seen thrown.
What game are you talking about?
Against the Cowboys.
They won that game. What do you mean? In his first year as a starter? When they lost to the 49ers the week after?
Maybe it was the 49ers and not the Cowboys. Maybe I'm misremembering what team. But the interception that he threw that ended their season was gross.
Yeah, he didn't have a great second. He had a great first half in that Niners game. I remember it very well because I remember my one friend was
He has a lot of great
incensed.
first halves.
Okay. he had a great first half, and the Niners were the number one seed, were they not? And the Packers, like, he was great. And then yes, with his team trailing, he tried to fit one in there, and he threw a pick. Okay, and also you're talking about the botch. You're talking about the final play of the game against the Bears when they had to like throw a Hail Mary and he botched the snap.
Yes.
They weren't winning that game anyway. They already blew it.
Did they have a chance? And why did they not have a chance? Because he fumbled the ball. At least if you get the throw, I mean, he's got a cannon for an arm, right? He's a top 5 quarterback in the league, according to Pat Boyle. Can't even get the throw off? Come on. Stop it. Josh Allen gets that throw off. Patrick Mahomes gets that throw off.
I'm literally rewatching the highlights.
Joe Burrow
and I'm watching
gets that throw
surgical
off.
Jordan Love throw after surgical Jordan Love throw.
My God.
And then the last play, it's 3rd and 15. They're at the 28, and they need a touchdown. Yes, he drops the snap. He still then rolls around in the pocket, and then he's dancing around for a while, and then he throws it right to the end zone, and it was the Bears. Everybody on the Bears was in the end zone. He got the throw off. What are you talking about? I just rewatched the last minute of that game.
That's what
You
you're
just
doing
hate
the whole
Jordan
time
Love
you
'cause
weren't
he's a
talking.
Packers
You were
quarterback.
watching the game because you love Jordan Love so much. You had to. I forgot about the fumble. I forgot. I got to see what he did.
Yeah, because you made
He's
it sound
not
like
that
he
guy,
botched the
Pat.
snap and the Bears pounced
never
on it. And
been
that's how
that
the game
guy.
ended. He picked the ball up. He ran around in the pocket. Nobody's open. You got 7 Bears players in the end zone. And so he throws one up for grabs on the final play. And yes, it doesn't result in a touchdown. Yeah, like him dropping the snap, it cost them the game. He got the throw off.
Okay. Caleb Williams still has more playoff victories than Jordan Love. Just saying.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Yes, he
They have
does.
the same amount.
No, he does. Jordan Love has 1 win in the playoffs. Caleb has 2. Nice try.
I will co-sign that. Caleb does have 2. Jordan has 1. I mean, Jordan Love's his best season. He had 32 touchdowns, and that was a 4,000-yard season for him. I just don't think. I mean, 32 in your best year so far.
Hold on a second.
That's a stretch going to 40.
Did I miss when the Bears won a second playoff game this past year? Did I miss that?
They won the wild card round.
Yeah,
won one playoff
lost.
game. What are you guys talking about?
all
You
right.
guys are
All
trying to
right,
rewrite history on me. I feel like I'm going nuts over here.
Brandon and I are just feeding off each other.
No, he didn't. No, he doesn't. He won 2. And I'm like, what? Did I miss a week in the playoffs? I was like, did they not get beat by the Rams the next week?
Yeah, but they almost won that game. They should have won that game.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You're right.
Hey, now you sound like the Spurs assistant coach. Now you sound like that guy Sean Sweeney. Yeah, we almost won every game in the NBA Finals.
Statistically, they won every game.
All right, move on. Because you guys are out of your minds. Move on, Combs. What do we got next?
Do you want to go to another one or do you want to go to break?
No, I want to do another one.
All right, let's do another one. The Bears are the best team in the NFC North. Hot or cold, Pat?
Are we seriously cold? Cold, because they had a defense last year that lived and died on getting interceptions. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't really get after the quarterback. You were begging for them to draft a pass rusher, and they basically didn't. They ignored you, and they were reliant on, yes, they were great. They were great. The fourth quarter comebacks and the game-winning drives led by Caleb Williams. Those are like 2 of the biggest stats that end up regressing to the mean in the NFL. Turnovers forced by a defense, interceptions by a defense, and fourth quarter drives winning 1-score games. Those will both regress to the mean, and at best, the Bears are a 9-win team this year. Cold.
I'm gonna say hot. And I know earlier in the show I said I think the Bears are gonna regress and they're not gonna win as many games. I still can think that they are the best, most talented team in the division, and their schedule is going to be more difficult this year, and so maybe they're not going to win quite as much. So, like, going into the season, I think they are. We'll see how that all plays out based on the schedule that they have. But I can't sit here and say I think the Packers are better than them by any means. We don't know what Kyler Murray is going to look like. I mean, Kyler Murray it's what we know of Kyler Murray right now, there's no way the Vikings are better than him. And I don't know. Jury's still kind of out on what I think of this Lions team so far. So yeah, I'm gonna say hot. The Bears are the best team in the NFC North right now.
Yeah, the Bears are the best team in the NFC North. They proved it last year, and they're going to prove it again this year. Look, the Packers, I get it. You want them. You keep talking about them winning. You keep talking about Jordan Love. I understand that, Pat. They're just not, and not only that, but I mean, one, they don't have enough weapons around Jordan Love. Two, their defense is going to be in shambles. You're going to be missing your best pass rusher for the first 8 to 10 weeks of the season. It's going to be tough, and their schedule is tough. Like the Packers, I just don't think that they're going to win more than 9 or 10 games, and I think the Bears are still an 11 to 12 win football team. And when you look at the Lions and when you look at the Vikings, look, I think that the Lions are going to struggle again. I don't think they're going to be much better than they were last year. And I think that the Vikings, I think they're going to come up a little bit. I think that they're going to be a little better than they were last year with Kyler Murray. I just don't know how much. I really don't. If anybody can make Kyler Murray a good quarterback, it's Kevin O'Connell and the Minnesota Vikings. They are the one wild card in the NFC North that could compete for the NFC North crown, I should say. I don't think it's the Packers or the Lions. I think the Bears are the team to beat in the NFC North. You can clip that too, Lee.
Hey, Lee's got plenty of ammo. I can't wait.
He's gonna be busy.
I'm gonna be like the guy that's on the turret and they're loading like the belt of bullets. Just like keep loading it in, Lee. Keep loading it in the turret for me. That's gonna be me on the end of the football season.
That was me at the end of last year with all of your Caleb Williams hate.
Oh, okay. The one thing that I maybe even got wrong.
The one thing.
I was right about the Panthers winning the NFC South. We all were. You and I were on that train.
You're lucky we don't have the
season.
list clipped because you've been wrong about a lot of that.
Have I?
I mean, you're usually out first.
But okay, whatever. Blind trivia going back 20 years in some instances, and you're pulling out Carl Crawford as All-Star Game MVPs like it's nothing. 310-840-4910.
Wrong about Jordan Love winning the Super Bowl and the MVP. It's another thing you're wrong about.
Okay. Time will tell. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to give out our Mount Rushmore of GOATs, both for the major sports and the non-major sports. This will be fun. You want to weigh in? 310-840-4910. That's producer Brandon Combs. Kate Constable's with me. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What am I missing with Justin Herbert? Because I have a theory. I'm not saying that Justin Herbert is a COVID creation, but I'm telling you that his best seasons happened during COVID. And once we came out on the other side of it, and once we came out with now fans and the games are regular and back to where they were, he's never hit those ceilings again. His first season in the league, Justin Herbert threw for 31 touchdown passes. It is important to note there were no fans in the stands during these games. In 2021, Justin Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdown passes. That was still that weird hybrid period where some teams had fans, some teams had limited fans, some teams were doing that. We didn't get back normal, in my opinion, in the NFL and really around the world. We didn't get back normal until 2022. So the 2020 stats, I think if you look at the passing numbers, way up in 2020, 2021, the exact same deal. Since then, the last 4 years with Justin Herbert, he has thrown 25 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown passes, 23 and 26. He has not won a playoff game. He has not won his division. You know what? Justin Herbert is Sam Darnold with the better agent. That's who he is. If you look at his numbers, if you put them up against the board and I show you what this quarterback has done and what this quarterback has done, I'm telling you, he is Kyler Murray who drank more milk as a kid. That's who Justin Herbert has been for the large majority of his life in the National Football League. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just not seeing what everybody else is seeing.
As far as a team that I think could be undersold right now, how about the New Orleans Saints? You know, I feel like that division amongst all of them is probably the most up for grabs. You could make a case for Tampa. You could make a case for Carolina, but I don't know that either one of them are so strong that you feel really good about it. And the way New Orleans played at the end of last year, you know, granted the 1-8 start or whatever it was, certainly gave us an idea of where they were starting from. But I felt like Tyler Shuck really kind of turned the corner a little bit and could be in line for a big statistical season. Jordan Tyson they draft, Chris Olave they bring back, and Kamara they kept in the fold along with Travis Etienne. And, you know, defensively I think they were pretty darn good down the stretch, added a few pieces, but most of the focus seemed to be on offense, you know, just buttressing the whole thing around their second-year quarterback. So, you know, they're a team that I think could surprise some people and you know, kind of pull an 11-win season out of thin air seemingly. So, you know, again, like the Jaguars did last year, I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans ends up beefing up their win total by a significant amount and possibly stealing that division.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. All right, we've got some text to get to, but first, having a little fun off the messy debate over the weekend where he was going to rank amongst the GOAT of GOATs. If Argentina was going to win the World Cup final, that would have been back-to-back World Cup finals. Maybe it was going to be another golden boot, but neither of those go to Leo Messi as Mbappe scores 2 goals in that meaningless third-place game that I think we all loved, and Argentina gets beat 1-0. They don't even have a shot until the final 2 minutes. Nonetheless, let's do our GOAT Mount Rushmore. Let's do 2 of them, Kate. Let's do one for the 4 major sports, basketball, football, baseball, hockey, and let's do one for outside the 4 major sports. And I'll kick us off right here, and I'll make this short and sweet because I think there's really like only one combo. I think I've got it nailed.
I'm with you.
So my major sport Mount Rushmore is Tom Brady, Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky, Shohei Ohtani. I gave you one from each sport. I already think Shohei Ohtani is the greatest baseball player of all time. I won't hear otherwise. I mean, I'll hear it, but I won't buy it. Gretzky is easy. Brady is easy. Jordan is easy. Kate, what's your Mount Rushmore of 4 major sports?
Whew. I mean, I'm with you. I mean, how do you not say Jordan? How do you not say Gretzky? And how do you not say Brady? I can't argue with you on the show. Hey, I was just thinking more so along the lines of players that are done playing. And in that case, I would go like Babe Ruth probably for baseball as my number one. So I'll throw that one out there. I don't think you're wrong by any means on throwing Ohtani on there with what he's done so far in his career and who he is as a baseball player. But I'll go just for the sake of going a little different. I'll go Babe Ruth for MLB.
Well, you don't have to have a baseball player. I figured it was deserving to have one of each sport, but it's your Mount Rushmore, Kate. Don't let me carve those faces into
Mount Rushmore. I thought we were doing Mount Rushmore of the 4 major sports. Can I do any?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could have 4 football players. We have a text that has 4 baseball players. I think that's crazy. But you could do 4 football players. You could do 2 football, 2 basketball. You could do, you could do any combination that you want.
No, if I'm going I'm going the 4 main sports, and that would be my combination. I have plenty of others up the sleeve for the non-4 main major sports, Pat, that I can throw your way. But for those ones, I mean, there's no way around it that Jordan, Gretzky, and Brady are the 3 for those ones. I think baseball is a little bit more subjective versus like objectively Michael Jordan. Well, I mean, in my mind, I guess that's a subjective statement. But like those are for sure the 3 for baseball, football, and hockey. I'm sorry, basketball, football, and hockey. Baseball, I could make argument for a couple different players, but Babe Ruth, I will go as my number 1 for baseball.
Okay. So again, I mentioned we did get a text. Again, you could text the show 310-840-4910. Now, I mean, look, if you're a diehard baseball fan, that's fine. But I even have a problem with this. So we have an 865 number texting in an all baseball Mount Rushmore, and I think it's terrible. They have Hank Aaron, which I don't have a problem with that at all. They have Babe Ruth, also not a problem with that at all. Willie Mays, and then Barry Bonds. There's no pitcher. There's no pitcher. How is that possible? How don't you have a single pitcher in your baseball Mount Rushmore? I mean, Kate, am I crazy?
You're not making a lineup. You're not fielding a team. Do you have to have a pitcher?
I guess you don't. And I know position players play every day, but like, how do you not have Roger Clemens? How do you not have, or Pedro, or Greg Maddux, or Randy Johnson? You want to talk about Cy Young? They literally named the award after him. I don't know how do you not have those? How do you not have one of those guys on it?
I think that's fair. I mean,
that's just me.
But I mean, that's like, but is that the equivalent? And maybe it's different of like for your baseball or for your basketball Mount Rushmore having all big men and not having a guard. Like, do you have to have? I mean, I guess I think that would probably be malpractice. You'd probably have to have a guard because that would be amongst the top. There are plenty that are amongst the top players. But see what I'm saying?
Exactly. All right. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we don't need to get sidetracked with that. I want to hear your non-major sports GOAT Mount Rushmore. So any sport that's not basketball, baseball, football, hockey.
Yeah. I think you have to start Michael Phelps. Like greatest Olympian of all time. He has to be on there. I think you have to. I think Messi's on there for soccer. Maybe when it's all said and done, Messi isn't the best, but as of right now, if we're talking right now, I think Messi has to be on your Mount Rushmore for that. Tennis, and I mean there are plenty of men's tennis players, but I think Serena Williams deserves to be on a Mount Rushmore. I mean, she 23 Grand Slam titles, dominated for 2 decades. And then if you get into some track and field, like how do you not have Usain Bolt, fastest man in the world? I think Bolt has to be on there. 8 Olympic gold medals, fastest guy in the world.
That's honestly, I wasn't thinking Usain Bolt. And you want to know what I had written down? I have Michael Phelps. I had Serena Williams. I had Leo Messi. And then I couldn't pick between Novak Djokovic and Tiger Woods. I have to have Tiger on mine.
Tiger was my honorable mention. Yeah.
So I'll probably go ahead.
No, I think Tiger's very fair to have on any Mount Rushmore. Like that's, well, I just didn't have enough space on the mountain. On the mountain side.
Yeah, you only got 4 faces.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I think I would put Serena in over Djokovic. I know Novak's got 24 Grand Slam titles, and he played in an era with both Federer and Nadal, but I would like to get some I would like to get a woman in there if possible. And Serena with the 23 Grand Slam titles, I think is remarkable. I think it's incredible. It's remarkable. So I would put Serena in there, and then I would go Michael Phelps, Tiger Woods, Messi as my 4. Usain Bolt, though, great choice because, fastest man in the world, all the gold medals. Yeah, the Olympians is where it gets tough because I know that they have the world championships for track, and I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how many of those Usain Bolt won, but we know they're gold medals. And I can't tell you how many world championships of swimming Michael Phelps won, but I honestly, what did he win? 30 medals? How many 15 gold medals did Michael Phelps win?
Total Olympic medals, 23 gold. That's insane.
28 Olympic medals, 23 of them gold. Unbelievable. I can't imagine we ever see that again in swimming. Who knows?
There's no way.
I mean,
there's no way.
Feels like the world. It's not like we go decades without the world records getting broken. I feel like we see world records get broken. I mean, every 4 years, or if not every 8 years in swimming. So who knows? Maybe somebody will find a way to overthrow Michael Phelps' achievements. I don't see how, because it was dominance. It was every 4 years for 12 years. He won almost everything. Almost every race he was in, he won. And it was like all the team events that he was in, he basically won as well. So, no disagreements with me on Phelps. No disagreements with me on Messi. I'd have Serena over Djokovic as the tiebreaker because I wouldn't put 2 tennis players on there. So then it comes down to Usain Bolt or Tiger Woods. I would have Tiger, and you picked Usain Bolt, which I think is fair. I think it's a good list.
Yeah. I do too. I don't think
Combs
you can
says
argue
Messi, Tiger Woods, Serena, and Djokovic. So leaving out Michael Phelps. Combs, not a big swimming fan. Combs, why would you omit Michael Phelps?
Just because, I mean, look, he was definitely dominant, and there's going to be somebody that's left off of this list, right? Like
he's the most decorated Olympian of all time.
I understand that. I get it. But what you've seen Djokovic do, what you've seen Serena do in their sport, what you've seen Tiger do in his sport, what you've seen Messi do in his sport, I just think for me, that outweighs. For me, my honorable mention is Michael Phelps, the same way, you guys have, Usain Bolt or Tiger outside of yours. Somebody's going to get left off. And there's probably some that we're thinking of, that we're not thinking of that are also left off this list, that once we hear a name, we're like, oh yeah, you know what? I didn't even think of that. But it's just, there's going to be, you can only put 4. So what's that?
Muhammad Ali, does he need to be on a list somewhere?
Yeah. Ali, Tyson. I mean, there's going to be somebody that gets left off the list. But yeah, for me, I just think that would be my 4. Just because Serena and Djokovic, I think both deserve to be on there. They've been both so dominant in tennis. It's tough to overlook. Simone Biles was another one that I thought of, that Monty just put in the chat too.
How many medals does she have? 11 Olympic medals, 7 of them gold. But an unprecedented 30 world championship medals, 23 of them gold, which makes her the most decorated American gymnast in history. But then again, how many world championship swimming medals does Phelps have, and how many world championship medals does Usain Bolt have? Here's the thing about speaking of Muhammad Ali. You guys know Muhammad Ali's been dead 10 years already. Isn't that crazy?
Really?
I feel like it was like around COVID. Then again, I feel like I have less and less memory of things that happened before COVID by the day. I feel like if anything happened before 2020, I'm like, oh no, it happened during COVID.
Well, I still
Maybe it's
feel
just
like
me.
it's like 1999 or like early 2000s. Like, don't you still kind of feel like
currently?
Well, like my younger sister's like 30 and I still think she's like 23. Like, doesn't it feel like time just kind of stops at some point? Is this too philosophical? But like, it's crazy that it's 2026. I feel like 2020 was like 5 years ago.
I mean, it was 6.
Oh, I meant 2000.
You're only one
I meant
off.
2000. Yeah. Okay.
2020 feel like 5-6 years ago?
Yeah,
You're saying 2000 feels 5 years ago. Yeah.
So like,
I mean,
yeah,
there's
like
certain
2010
things.
feels like 5. Like, I don't know. It's yeah.
My family, I'm the baby of the family, so my brother and sister always did that to me. They're like, "How old are you again?" I'm like, "You guys, it's literally just take your age and subtract 4 and 6. It's not that hard." They're like, "Oh, I thought you were like 22." I'm like, "Nope." That was like,
That's how I still feel like my younger sister's like 22. She's got 3 kids. She's got more kids than I do. She's like 30, I don't know, 31, 30. Still feels like she's like 21.
yeah, life. As we sit back and ponder life and the greatest questions that everybody's wondering, we'll take a break. We'll come back with one final segment for you. Who knows what we'll have cooked up? 310-840-4910. That's Kate Constable. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, it was everything I thought it would be with the way they were controlling the tempo. And people like to highlight their defensive side of things. The defense, honestly, was never really under pressure because the midfield had the ball the entire time and they were controlling it. That's why Rodri ends up getting the golden ball. And Pedri is another great player who plays for Barcelona. He's on the bench. So, like, when your team is that good and you're able to sit a player like that and still be in control of games, I'm not really surprised to many people, I'm not sure if you've heard about it, the final was really that semifinal between France and Spain, that the team that was going to win that one was going to win the tournament. It didn't matter if England came out on the other side. Mentally, they're on a different level. Talent-wise, they're on a different level. And you're right, Argentina, if Enzo Fernandez wasn't stupid towards the end of regulation there and getting that red card, imagine they were on even strength towards stoppage time in the second half of extra time. They could have had a chance. And to your point, you were right. That's the only time that they did anything. It was one of the worst performances I've ever seen in a final anywhere. And it probably was the worst World Cup final performance. But that's also how good Spain is, on top of how much Messi dragged Argentina to this final. And how they were squeaking on by with a lot of results. It's not like they were doing anything in terms of dominating each knockout stage.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Final couple of minutes before we turn things over to our guy, Linnell Willingham, for Westwood One Sports Night here at the top of the hour. He'll take you till 3 a.m. Eastern. Phone number to join the show. Last chance to call, last chance to text. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Kate, before we get to some final scoreboard updates here, do you have anything fun happen for you over the weekend? That was just a very general question. I don't know. I feel like I wanted to tie a bow on the weekend somehow, because I do have something I wanted to say, but I wanted to hear, about your
very
plan
fun.
first.
No, nothing fun, or nothing not fun, but like nothing crazy happened. Nothing like super, I didn't have anything. It was just kind of a standard weekend. Hung out with the fam, did some stuff around the house, hosted a show for Westwood One Sports on Sunday, watched some World Cup, and that's about it. It wasn't, honestly, Pat, it wasn't the most exciting weekend in the world, but it was a good weekend. How was yours? Well, you probably have something better than I do.
So it was good. I had a lot of good. Don't get me wrong. Like, I went and I played padel for the first time, by the way. Padel, it's like, it's tennis, and not really pickleball. You don't use a paddle. You use what looks like a tennis racket, but it doesn't have strings. So I guess it somewhat is a little bit of combination of tennis, pickleball, and racquetball all in one.
You're like in an enclosed,
yes.
Not like a cage.
You're in a glass
I have
box.
played that. That is very fun. Yeah.
It was very fun. And I played tennis today, and I love tennis. I almost refuse to play pickleball. Maybe I just need to turn my ego off, or not be the guy that doesn't want people to have fun. But I can't stand people that play pickleball because they're too unathletic to play tennis. That grind, that makes me mad. And now pickleball, there's professional pickleball leagues. It's dude, that's a gym class sport. Yeah. You can't have a professional league for a sport that you play in gym class. So anyway, Monty says I sound like his father-in-law. Well, your father-in-law is a great guy, Monty, and I hope you have his approval for life. Because if not, next 20 years for you are going to be pretty brutal, brother. But yeah, Adele was great, Kate. You're in a glass box. I felt like, what is that? Along Came Polly with Ben Stiller and the guy Leland Van Loo when he runs into the glass and like smashes his teeth out. I thought that was going to be me because there were so many times you could play it off the glass, you could slap it off the glass. It has to go over the net and bounce first, though. And there were so many times where I got so close to running face first into that glass box. But it was fun. It was it's also very humbling because sometimes you don't know how it's going to bounce off the wall and you're just like waiting. And then I just like whiff and I look like an idiot. So that was fun. But then, so again, I had a lot of fun this weekend. But Kate, I did get 4 new tires on my car. That's always annoying.
Ooh.
And you're like, how do tires cost like $150? And then there's the labor. So it was like a nice little nearly 4-digit expense over the weekend. What really got me angry was when they put the tires back on. I have the sensor that tells you when your air pressure is low. I think every car does.
Yep.
And so it was telling me, and I had to get new tires because my back right tire, I got a flat. And so I had to get that replaced. I was like, screw it. I haven't had tires replaced in a couple of years. Let me get all new 4. I get in the car. The front left, my passenger side, front driver's side tire, it said it was flat on the sensor. I was like, that's just completely impossible. There's no way. I'm driving 5-10 minutes. I'm like, maybe I just need to drive for a little bit. Nope, nothing. I come back. I tell the guy, I'm like, hey, this says like, can you fix this? Because it says it's flat. He goes, oh, well, I think your sensor for the battery for the sensor died. And so you're going to have to get that replaced. I'm like, guy, I just got 4 new tires. You measured them. You then did the sensor thing. You didn't bother to tell me? And now you're telling me I have to pay for that and you got to do that extra and I have to come back? I mean, come on. I just dumped nearly $1,000. Now you're telling, oh, hey, yeah, it might have died when we like replaced all your tires. But yeah, you're going to have to come back for that because I don't have one available. Thanks, man.
Yeah, Pat, I was with you in the tire situation earlier in the fall, November. Flat tire, had to get all 4 replaced. It's brutal. Just when you think anytime anything's wrong with the car, it's miserable.
Exactly. All right, and we'll end on that. All right, Kate, appreciate it. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Combs. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Max Sheedy, Chloe Pratt, and everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. BetMGM tonight.
What am I missing with Justin Herbert? Because I have a theory. I'm not saying that Justin Herbert is a COVID creation, but I'm telling you that his best seasons happened during COVID. And once we came out on the other side of it, and once we came out with now fans and the games are regular and back to where they were, he's never hit those ceilings again. His first season in the league, Justin Herbert threw for 31 touchdown passes. It is important to note there were no fans in the stands during these games. In 2021, Justin Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdown passes. That was still that weird hybrid period where some teams had fans, some teams had limited fans, some teams were doing that. We didn't get back normal, in my opinion, in the NFL and really around the world. We didn't get back normal until 2022. So the 2020 stats, I think if you look at the passing numbers, way up in 2020, 2021, the exact same deal. Since then, the last 4 years with Justin Herbert, he has thrown 25 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown passes, 23 and 26. He has not won a playoff game. He has not won his division. You know what? Justin Herbert is Sam Darnold with the better agent. That's who he is. If you look at his numbers, if you put them up against the board and I show you what this quarterback has done and what this quarterback has done, I'm telling you, he is Kyler Murray who drank more milk as a kid. That's who Justin Herbert has been for the large majority of his life in the National Football League. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just not seeing what everybody else is seeing.
As far as a team that I think could be undersold right now, how about the New Orleans Saints? You know, I feel like that division amongst all of them is probably the most up for grabs. You could make a case for Tampa. You could make a case for Carolina, but I don't know that either one of them are so strong that you feel really good about it. And the way New Orleans played at the end of last year, you know, granted the 1-8 start or whatever it was, certainly gave us an idea of where they were starting from. But I felt like Tyler Shuck really kind of turned the corner a little bit and could be in line for a big statistical season. Jordan Tyson they draft, Chris Olave they bring back, and Kamara they kept in the fold along with Travis Etienne. And, you know, defensively, I think they were pretty darn good down the stretch, added a few pieces, but most of the focus seemed to be on offense, you know, just buttressing the whole thing around their second-year quarterback. So, you know, they're a team that I think could surprise some people and you know, kind of pull an 11-win season out of thin air seemingly. So, you know, again, like the Jaguars did last year, I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans ends up beefing up their win total by a significant amount and possibly stealing that division.